So let's get into the album. So the album we are reviewing today is Significant Other, which came out on June 22nd, 1999. So 6 months away from the millennium. It was released on Flip and Interscope Records. And it peaked on the US Billboard 200 at number 1. And it stayed there for 4 weeks. It ended
2 months.
Yeah.
2 months before I saw them at Woodstock 99.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Yeah. So we'll get into Woodstock because I definitely want to hear about that. But yeah, they recorded the album. They released 4 singles: Nookie, Rearranged, In Together Now, and Break Stuff. And yeah, it's a great album. We'll get into all that. We wanted to take a quick look at what was going on the charts at that time because it just gives you some context. Because again, I think sometimes you lose out on knowing what was happening at the time. So Limp Bizkit went to number 1 on July 10th, 1999, and stayed there for 4 weeks. And these are the other albums that were in the top 10 at the time that Limp Bizkit was number 1. So the week that they went to number 1 for the first time, number 2 was Millennium by the Backstreet Boys. So you had alluded to that earlier, Brian. They literally unseated the Backstreet Boys at the top of the charts. Number 3 was Ricky Martin's self-titled album, Ricky Martin. Number 4 was the Wild Wild West soundtrack. Number 5 was the Tarzan soundtrack. Number 6, Mirror Ball by Sarah McLachlan. Number 7, Baby One More Time by Britney Spears. Number 8, It's Real by Casey and JoJo. Number 9, Austin Powers' The Spy Who Shagged Me soundtrack. And number 10, The Real World by Missy Elliott. So one of those things seems a little different than all the rest, Brian.
I gotta say, I probably knew off of all those albums 6 songs. But I knew all the songs on this album.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Like, even if you say Millennium by Backstreet Boys, like, I can name 5 Backstreet Boys songs, but if you're like, what albums were they on? I'd be like, fuck you. I have no idea what albums they're on. And like Ricky Martin, did he have another song other than Livin' La Vida Loca? And then so many soundtracks, like the Tarzan soundtrack from Disney. Like, who the fuck was buying that? Was that like, was that Phil Collins? Was that the one that had like Phil Collins songs on it, maybe?
Oh, I thought that was Lion King.
No, that was Elton John, I think, was Lion King. Let me see.
It was probably Phil Collins.
Yeah,
I gotta ask, because you were younger than me. I was a little like aged out of
Tarzan.
No, not Tarzan. Feeling at war with those other acts. Like by that time, like that Casey and JoJo album, like I liked songs off of it because I was out of high school. I wasn't like mad as hell at people for liking music that I didn't like.
Right, yeah.
Were you at war with people about this stuff?
Definitely, yeah. I'm just picturing you having sex with your wife to All My Life by Casey and JoJo, but she's imagining you're Fred Durst. It's a real 1999 smorgasbord going on here. So first to confirm, yes, Phil Collins, it was that one, the Tarzan, it was like the You'll Be in My Heart. It's like that one was the big single on the Tarzan soundtrack. And you're welcome, everyone, for me singing.
I would have like changed the channel as soon as that came on. I would have never heard that song.
No, and so yeah, so to get back to your question, definitely there was a sense of, yeah, like pop music sucks ass. I can't listen to this. No self-respecting person would listen to this. I'm so badass. You're not badass. Like, I mean, I was like 5'2" and I weighed 84 pounds and I was whiter than snow, both the rapper and the weather event. And it was just like so stupid. Like, I totally thought like I was so badass. And it is actually really interesting when you said people didn't wear hats. Like, I actually feel like in some ways Fred launched the new era hat. Like, because no one wore those. You just wore like shitty dad hats or like trucker hats that you bought for $5. Like, I feel like Fred kind of ushered in the like, yeah, wearing like a ball cap is like cool and you should do it, even though at that time the hats were like $20. Now they're like 50. But I just totally remember like that being a big part of the zeitgeist. Like, if you liked Limp Bizkit or you liked Korn or whatever, you were not allowed to like other stuff. And I think that stayed with me for a really long time. Like, I think that like, even as I started, because I had a very similar trajectory to you where I kind of went like, new metal, then I went to like screamo, and then like Deftones, and then into more like indie. Like I got really into like Elbow and Radiohead and British indie like that. And even then, like I started to think, I'd hear pop songs and I'd be like, this is good, but I would outwardly be like, this is shit.
I know.
You know?
That's a funny thing because I think I liked those songs too. Like those Backstreet Boys songs and stuff. I even remember being like, when that Britney Spears song would come on, Baby One More Time, or any of her songs, I'd be like, don't change the channel, she's hot. But I like also liked the song, you know?
Yeah, exactly. But you couldn't admit that. So it had to be like, I just want to have sex with her. Like, oh yeah, she's so hot in that red jumpsuit. Meanwhile, like the rest of the day, you're like, oops, I did it. Like it's just stuck in your head all day, you know? You're like, oh yeah. But yeah, for sure. It was a war.
It is weird, like, because my kid's a teenager now, and like, you know, they all like kind of, it is back to almost like monoculture in a weird way, where like, teenagers all seem to be listening to the same shit. But when I was in high school, we would fight over, you know, if somebody, I remember like I worked at Chuck E. Cheese. And I used to just fucking scream at the guys in the kitchen for listening to Smashing Pumpkins. Like, that wasn't hardcore enough for me.
Right.
And I hated it.
Oh, totally. Yeah. And I mean, that's a relatively like heavy band, like over like in the grand scheme of things, like when you look back on what they were doing. But yeah, I totally sympathize with you on that. Like, I definitely feel like it was it had to be one or the other. Like, even if you did like it in secret or whatever, it just, you couldn't put that on your sleeve. You know, it was almost like, you know, there are people who feel like if you cheer for a sports team, like very fanatically, you can't like a player on another team, you know, like obviously it's given that, like, you know, if you love Green Bay, then you hate Minnesota. Like, that's a given, but like it feels like you're not even allowed to be like, hey, I really like Dalvin Cook though. He seems like a cool guy and he's like a good running back, whatever. It was almost like that. It was like, well, I like Limp Bizkit, so I can't admit like I like this one song by Britney Spears or whatever, because everything in that realm is you just can't listen to it.
And I had to tell everybody, you know, like it had to be. And it's funny too, just even like thinking about 1999, 98, like I'm 18 and 19 years old, and you know, we're having parties and people are coming over, and like nu metal is like really bad party music. really, really bad to just play at a party.
100%.
But we were always demanding, you know, wow, we're going to listen to Nookie. That's a good one, right? But it's like, yeah, but like Rearranged is not something you want to listen to at a fucking party, you know?
I'm just imagining like, yeah, because like Nookie's got a pretty good, you know, and then break stuff comes on and people are like, oh yeah, okay. And then it's just like, doo 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 diddly doo, and then you're like, oh, I'm sad now. This is a real bummer. Like you really slowed this vibe down.
You didn't turn this music on at a party. It was for concerts and it was for being alone. And those are the only two things you use this music for.
Oh, for sure. And I think like I talked about this on Street Fight, and I'm sure we're going to get a little bit more into the nitty gritty of the actual album. But just generally speaking, like I think that I felt like my life was really hard. Like, and it wasn't at all. Like, I grew up in a relatively affluent suburb. I went to a school that was mostly white. I got straight A's. I played hockey. I played baseball. I had a good life. My parents were together. I have a great relationship with my sister. And I would just sit, and Jonathan Davis would be like, I got raped by my stepdad. And I'm like, yeah, man, I feel you, dude. Like we're going through the same shit, man.
I was the same. I was sort of like, I was a bad kid, and like my parents weren't like around much, and they didn't pay that much attention to us. But like, I you know, the more I talk to people, the more it's kind of like, yeah, like Brett, my partner on the podcast. You know, we've been, having these long conversations for years just on the show, and like he was basically the same way. Like his parents just weren't paying attention to him, and he was kind of just doing what he wanted to. And I was the same way, out smoking and doing drugs and just whatever I wanted to do when I was a kid. But like I did like listen to this music, and I think I still don't like my parents because of this music. I think it has painted the way I feel about them by like my whole life, because it was hearing dudes say, like Jonathan Davis especially, but Fred Durst, he didn't say it as, he didn't say these things as much. He had different themes, but like Jonathan Davis like made me feel like it was like okay to hate my parents, and Fred Durst made me feel like it was okay to hate everybody else.
Totally. I think, because I think with Limp Bizkit, it was more of a lifestyle thing. Like with Jonathan Davis, it was, with Korn, it was like very specific. Like, this is what happened in my life. This is why it was bad. You might find some solace in this as well. Whereas like Limp Bizkit was like, we're the coolest people on earth. And if you like us, you are also one of the coolest people on earth, and everyone else is a piece of shit. It was more of like a lifestyle thing, I think, than a like prescription for how to live your life. But I think what you say is so perfect. Like, I can totally remember, just a simple thing like, oh, I forgot to take out the garbage. So my parents got mad, like, and not even mad, just like, hey, why didn't you take out the garbage? Like, you should have taken out the garbage. And then like going off to my room, slamming the door and like putting on like, Good God or whatever, and being like, yeah, like my parents do suck ass. Like, what a bunch of bitches, like it was just such a weird, thing. And I do agree that it almost in some ways gave you a license. And I think for me, Limp Bizkit, like moving on to Significant Other, I think especially like $3 Bill, y'all, I think was maybe a little bit more Korn influenced. Like it felt a little bit more gritty, and there was a lot of like breakup vibes on that album, and a lot of like, you suck and I'm trying to get over this. And Significant Other really felt like this is totally like a lifestyle album. It's like, these are cool songs about how it's hard to be famous, and that sucks ass. And being famous isn't as cool as you think, but like it is also still pretty cool. Like I'm having a lot of sex and doing drugs, and it's great.
Fred Durst, here's what happened. Fred Durst, and I'd have to look this up, but I'm fairly certain they toured with Deftones sometime between $3 Bill, y'all, and Significant Other.
Right.
Fred Durst heard Deftones, used the same producer that they used on a lot of their early stuff too.
Yeah.
And basically was like, this is our Deftones album.
For sure. Like, which is so funny. But yeah, there was like, because I was reading this and it was like some really interesting quotes. So like Wes Borland talked about Terry Date's production and said he doesn't get overly involved in the music end of things. He's a producer who fools with sound and sonically makes everything perfect. He gets sounds that translate really well on tape and pretty much completely captures what we do perfectly, which I think is like really interesting that's what they were looking for, is like make this album sound crazy good. And I think too, there was another quote I saw where Fred Durst was basically talking about how when Significant Other came out, it made him feel like $3 Bill was like an album of demos. Was how he described it. He's like, I don't even want to listen to it. He's like, I don't want to play the songs live. He's like, Significant Other is what we are about. $3 Bill, y'all, is like a different thing.
Well, I mean, there was that rush, right? Like in the early days of nu metal. This you might not have noticed it because you were younger, but like Ross Robinson was the guy,
right?
That was producing all of those early albums with Korn. He produced, I believe, $3 Bill, y'all. I think he also did Sepultura, Roots, and Deftones were so different, and they were using this different guy, and I like that's what broke them apart. This album does, I don't know, like a lot of people like $3 Bill, y'all more, and I probably do too, because it just was like the first time I'd heard them, like it reminded it's nostalgic for me. But this album, this does sound good. This actually sounds very good in a way that like in the same way like White Pony does, in the same way that Around the Fur does, or like a Pantera album or something. Like, it's clear, it sounds right. It just like Fred Durst is the thing that makes it seem very off, I guess.
Well, yeah, because
he doesn't have the same skills as like. It's weird. It's like if you took a punk band. I think if you took a punk band and you cleaned everything up about the production and you hired like some super producer to do it, that's what this album sounds like to me.
Yeah, no, totally. I think like I've often said this to people and people roll their eyes because they don't know anything about nu metal, and also they think it's ridiculous that I even have this opinion. But like for me, Fred Durst is like one of the smartest people in music history, period. Like, he has almost no talent. Like, if you look at the lyrics to this album, they're so bad. He's a bad rapper. He's a bad singer. And he clearly was like marketing wise extremely savvy. Like, it was really interesting. We're going to get into we're going to do a segment where we read some news articles from the time period. And in that piece, he's like, the way the piece starts off that I'm going to read, he's directing the Nookie video, and he's like telling all the dancers, the female dancers in the Nookie video, like how to dance. Like, yeah, do that move, don't do that move, do this, don't do that. And like, I think he really got it right as far as that stuff goes. And he just surrounded himself with unbelievable players. Like, Wes Borland is, for me, by far the best nu metal guitarist. Like, it's not even close. And then I think that John Otto, like, they literally pulled him out of a jazz program at a fine arts school to play drums. And you can hear it. Like, I haven't listened to this record cover to cover in a long time. Like, man, is he ever a beast drummer. Sam Rivers is crazy good on the bass. And then you have like DJ Lethal, who's in a very famous rap group before he gets into Limp Bizkit, so you have his like cred and him kind of lending his advice to things. And there was an interesting quote I saw from him, and he said that Fred Durst reminded him of Everlast when he like first started working with Everlast. He's like, which is a weird comparison, I know, like you're comparing him to Everlast, and that's supposed to be really positive, but he was just like, he was like, this guy just gets it. Like, he gets what music is about and like what people want and what they like. And I think it is crazy, but like how well Fred scouted his band and made it work, even with people like Wes Borland clearly hated every minute he was in Limp Bizkit, but like made it work. You know, like when you're listening to this album, the production on Just Like This, like when that guitar line hits in the beginning, you're like, it sounds so good still. I mean, we're 20 years later talking about it. The production on that is perfect. Like, to me, it just pops out of the speakers. You're like, oh my God, this sounds so good.
He's also like was very smart about, I don't know, like starting the album by saying you wanted the worst, you got the worst. And like on the tour before it, climbing out of a toilet on stage and stuff. Like that stuff is really smart. People still use that sort of tactic today to be like, yeah, we're garbage, we stink. And then like, you know, then whatever you do surpasses the expectations.
Totally.
You know?
Totally. And I think that's exactly right. And I think that speaks to what you were saying earlier, where Fred comes across as this like weird everyman, but like cooler somehow. Like, he's not really doing anything that's any cooler than anyone else. Like, he's wearing baggy pants like everyone else. He just normally wore like white t-shirts or like t-shirts with Deftones or Korn on them. And then like a red hat. Like, it wasn't like he was doing anything that was so where you're like, this guy is so cool. Like, he just had this everyman charm where maybe some of it, like, I didn't feel this maybe because I was 13 and I was kind of also scared of their popularity, but like he just had this thing. And again, maybe you can speak to this being a little bit older, where maybe everybody thought like, oh, like maybe I could be the lead singer of this band.
I mean, yeah, I could see people thinking that. I think like, I did think I could be the lead singer of a band at the time. And I did think that his writing Like I never thought he was like a very good rapper or writer or anything. It was always kind of like, I could do this.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Also I don't know. Now that I kind of do things like in entertainment, like I realize how smart the guy was and how he was like, he did kind of all the right things to get huge. It's amazing that he got as big as he did, but I think Fred Durst was always going to kind of make a living doing something, even if it wasn't music or if it wasn't Limp Bizkit. A guy, he's like charismatic dude that seems to understand people and understand what people want. So well, I think he could have done anything.
For really. Sure. No, I think that's a good point. And I think too, like one thing that kind of comes out of this time period, and even now that he's like a director and stuff, everyone says like, yeah, he's just a great guy. Like you like being around him. Like he's just a good guy. He treats people good and he's just a good dude. And like you can kind of get that, like, even though, and I think what you said is true about they really leaned into people hating them. Like I went to Summer Sanitarium in 2003, which was Metallica, Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, Deftones, and Mudvayne. And that was like right around the time, and I'm sure we'll get into this later in the history of our show when we do a later Limp Bizkit album. But you know, the backlash against them was massive. You know, like they hit a time period where all of a sudden they went from being like the most cool band to like the least cool band on earth, especially to people who like Metallica. And so like they had the spot on the lineup right before Metallica. Linkin Park were just getting big, so people like loved Linkin Park, and they had an amazing set, still to this day like one of the best sets I've ever seen by a band. And then Limp Bizkit came out and people booed them onto the stage, like straight up booed them. And Fred was like, yeah, you hate us now, but I guarantee you by the end of this set, you're going to be dancing and having a great time, and just like fully leaned into it, gave the audience the finger, was like, fuck you, like, let's get it going. You hate me? Take out that energy in the pit. Like, let's do this. And he was true to his word. Like by the end of the show, people were into it. Like they were loving it.
Yeah. I never saw the guys put on a bad show ever. And I actually like right before Significant Other came out, I got to see them perform like the last show of a tour they did in Columbus at this very small venue. The one that Dimebag Darrell got killed at, actually.
Oh,
but
cool.
This was pre-Dimebag Darrell getting killed. But they performed there, and all they did was covers. And they did, like, Hound Dog by Elvis. They didn't play any Limp Bizkit songs.
That's
wild. I went
fucking
crazy for it. Like, didn't care that it was all covers and no Limp Bizkit songs.
Because then they didn't have to listen to Fred's lyrics.
Yeah, that is true. And, like, hearing them do Hound Dog by Elvis. They played Faith, and they played like I can't remember all the songs, but it was fucking incredible. And it was like a lot of times, you know, you would go see these bands and people expected to hear certain things, and if they didn't get them, you know, they'd be pissed. And like having the guts to go up there and do something that you know might piss people off is always very cool to me, because I'm terrified to do something like that.
You're like, I need the love and adoration of my fans.
Right. I have to be the good guy no matter what. Like, I have another guy that stands on stage with me to be the bad guy so that I always look like the good guy.
I feel like I'm the bad guy on the p.o.d.kast, and I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm the bad guy on Block Parties, so this is like we're like a good combination of, we're the good guy and the bad guy of our respective shows.
Yeah, you pick a good. I mean, I have to be liked, basically, because my skin is so thin, which Fred Durst has thick skin, you know? And I wanted to say, Entertainment Weekly, I did read Entertainment Weekly's review of Significant Other. And there's a parenthetical in there that I wanted to read, because the backlash had kind of already, the backlash had already started almost on nu metal by this time. Mm-hmm. This guy says, as harsh as this may sound, you can't help but think that Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris may have been huge Limp Bizkit fans. Which is a fucking crazy thing to say, because I can help thinking that, first of all. But
yeah, like it's funny, like looking at the reviews of Significant Other, it's really across the board. Like some people really seem to get it. Like even like Robert Christgau like liked it kind of, and he hated everything. And like, you know, there's some really good reviews, like, you know, Rolling Stone gave it 3.5, All Music 4 out of 5. But then like NME gave it 3 out of 10. You know, so it just totally depends on how people were receiving it, I guess. But yeah, like I think it's definitely one of those types of music. And I feel like music is kind of going through that right now with, like you say, a lot of the pop artists all kind of sound the same at this moment in time. I think it just depends on whether you get it or not, like in that moment, like, or you know, people are either predisposed to like this or predisposed to hate it. It's like, I can't see there being an in-between with Limp Bizkit, especially.
This stuff like really was for like very young, angry suburban men. Like I
sure.
never thought that when I was a kid. You know, I would read that critique and Spin and Rolling Stone, and it would piss me off. And I think it might have been because I didn't think I was angry at the time. I thought I was like kind of a fun-loving guy. But, you know, at some point in your life, you figure out, fuck, I am like a really angry person. And I've kind of changed. But that shit took me until I was like 35 years old to figure out.
Right.
And like this music was for a very specific kind of anger. And I can understand if you're like a 40-year-old music critic hearing something like this, being like, all right, come on, this is bullshit. I don't like this at all.
Oh, for sure. Like, to me, it almost feels like Post Malone now, you know, like, because Post Malone talks about how he loves nu metal. And I feel like it's kind of the same thing. Like, a lot of critics are like, well, what even is this? Why is this popular? Like, this isn't even really belonging to any one genre. This guy's clearly a good singer, but his lyrics suck shit. And he has a bunch of tattoos on his face, which I can't trust. And like, it's just this weird, and it feels like the critique of Limp Bizkit or Korn or any of those bands around the same time. And I feel like Post Malone in some ways would be similar, like that he's, you know, geared more towards like young males. It's a lot of the like, it sucks to be famous kind of, you know, lyrical bent. And it's definitely something where, yeah, he has a lot of haters, but doesn't seem to care and is just like, yeah, well, this is what I do. You either like it or you don't, and that's fine. But yeah, it is truly like, as an adult, when you like look back on it and you're like, yeah, I was very angry, and you'd have to be to like, even just a song like Break Stuff, where you're like, okay, like, yeah, like I still like that song. It's still fun to me, but I mean, you know, the chorus was just, give me something to break. I'll hack your fucking face. I mean, you know, like, I know it's like kind of parody, but at the same time, like to listen to that and be like, hell yeah, this whips ass. You had to be a little bit of an angry person, I think.
I mean, like, I was going to a lot of concerts back then. It was basically like once a month, a nu metal band would come through. Columbus was kind of like a hotbed for nu metal. There was like 15 local nu metal bands.
Hell yeah.
Plus, like, all the other bands. I mean, like, nu metal bands still come. Dope still comes through Columbus, like, very regularly. You know, it's like still a hotbed.
It's like, where are the places in America that are still into this?
Yes.
Yeah.
And like, I would get in that pit, and I know, because I remember in English class writing about how I felt in the mosh pit, and like how I felt like I was just getting everything out of me. My voice was hoarse the next day at school, and I was sleeping or skipping, and like I was sore. And like I would go crazy at those shows. In hindsight now, it's crazy that I thought I wasn't an angry guy or that kind of thing. But you know, it's the same thing. Guys think they're all good guys too. You know, girls don't want to date me because I'm too nice of a guy. And it's like, yeah, you're probably not like a very nice guy, actually,
right,
if you say that.
Yeah, you're like, I'm a nice guy, but you're singing along to the song that Fred Durst clearly wrote just to get women to flash him at shows.
Yes.
Like, show me what you got. Woo.
Yes.
Woo, you know?
Oh my God,
like,
that one.
It's so bad. I mean, it's just really like, I think about like In Together Now is such a good example of Fred, you know, like the fact that number one, that it was a single, and that like Method Man is very clearly absolutely mailing this in. I mean, it is just, you can tell Method Man has no respect for Limp Bizkit at all.
Now that is a song.
Sorry, go ahead.
That song has like a heavy, but as I like to say, that song has a heavy amount of psychology to it to me. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll get into that in 1 second. I just want to say, like, to me, Method Man is rapping absolute circles around Fred Durst. Like, there is just no way you could listen to Fred Durst's verses on this and be like, man, that guy, talented dude. But
absolutely.
Tell me more about, because you texted me this today. You're like, I've been looking at some of these songs and like, I think there's some psychology here, and I would really love to hear how you interpret that.
In Together Now, I feel like In Together Now is the perfect peek into Fred Durst's mind in 1997, 1998. Like, he knew this fucking album was going to be huge, right? Like,
definitely.
Because they had, the Faith had hit TRL, and it was an enormous hit. They were bigger than Korn. Like, Faith was on TRL before Korn ever hit TRL. It was like the first nu metal song to make it, right? And he was just really feeling himself. He was really thinking, like, I am fucking great. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a rap song with the best rapper in the world right now. And, you know, I'd probably be able to hold my own. What the hell? And when you think about the hubris that it takes, like, nobody wants to look. I would never want to look like him in that song. Like, I would never fool myself into thinking, oh, yeah, I could probably, like, rap as good as Method Man. That's not a problem. I'd just be, like, do a song with him, you know?
Yeah, and then Fred writes lines like, get the sunblock, you get in one shot. Until you dissolve, I revolve around everything you got. From out of nowhere, prepare, you'll be blinded by the glare. I told you not to stare, now you're turned into stone.
Right.
Like Medusa, you know.
Yes, and let me say also, I feel like he paid Method Man like $100 every time he said Wu-Tang and Limp Bizkit like together, which I would do too. Actually, I'm like not against that at all.
Well, yeah, especially like the fact that the outro is like him being like Wu-Tang Killa Bees and the Limp Bizkit. Like, just, you know, oh, he's spelling it out. This is cool as hell. Yeah,
it's like a good song, but
it is a great, like, the beat is awesome. It's a great song, but like it's not at all a good song, which I guess is how you could describe every Limp Bizkit song.
It's rap music fantasy camp.
Yes,
exactly what that song is. It is like just a dude who thinks he's at the top of his game and who really thinks he's great, that wants to mix it up with the person that's like actually at the top of his game and is really great, and was like one of the most respected guys out at that fucking time, you know?
Oh, for sure.
And having DJ Premier do the beat. And like that psychology is only matched by him in another song deciding that he's going to sing with Scott Weiland.
Yeah, he's like, let me find the best rapper and the best singer in this genre and just, hey, bring them on in. It would be like if it's like Post Malone's like, hey, you know what, for my next album I'm only doing 2 features on the whole album. 1, Kendrick Lamar. 2, Adele. Let's just let's rip it up. Let's let this go.
I mean, no awareness,
none, zero,
like of what it looks like at all from outside. Which, granted, at the time I didn't know what it looked like, but as a 40-year-old now, and I look back on him, I'm like, oh, he should have really probably thought about what this looks like.
I think here's my take on it. I think that he just didn't care. Like, I think it was just like, yeah, Scott Weiland is a way better singer than me. Method Man is a way better rapper than me. But guess what? Scott Weiland and Method Man are on my fucking album. So who cares?
Right.
Like, because I think because it has to be that, right? Like, there's no way that, like, one of my favorite quotes of all time from all of nu metal, from anyone in nu metal, I remember it like it just sticks out clear in my mind. It's from a Korn concert video, and Fieldy is talking to the camera, and he says these words. He says, "The best singer in the world is in my band."
Jeez.
And I was like, you have to be absolutely shitting me.
Is that Who Then Now by any chance?
I can't remember if it's Who Then Now or Deuce that came after. I don't remember, but
God,
it was he literally speaks into the camera, and he's like, yeah, you know, it's pretty cool, like, because the way they did the video, and maybe it was Who Then Now, I don't remember. It was like there was a part of it where it was like all the other band members talking about the one band member that was absent. So it'd be kind of like, oh yeah, Monkey, what a great guitarist. You know, Fieldy's like, oh yeah, great guitarist. Head's like, oh yeah, Monkey, what a great partner to do, you know. And then Fieldy's just like, well, being in Korn's pretty awesome because the best singer in the world is in my band. And I was like, holy shit. But I literally feel like that Fred Durst was just like, yeah, you know, maybe I'm not the best singer in the world, maybe I'm not the best rapper in the world, but my band is the best in the world, and we can have whoever we want on this fucking thing. We're gonna kill it.
Right. And I, you know, at the time, lyrics meant everything to me.
Sure.
And like, I think at the time I actually thought these were good lyrics. I was not a smart kid. But like at the time, I think I thought these were very good lyrics. But Brett actually, he doesn't know a single lyric to any of these songs. And he listened to this album probably just as much as I did.
Wow.
And I think there are people who just don't like care at all. As long as it sounds good, they're just like, right on, man. I'm into it.
I'm definitely like that. Like, I don't, because I'm a drummer. So for me, when I listen to music, I hear the rhythm section above everything else. So I think that I don't really, like, obviously I like lyrics. I love to sing along to songs, and it's great. But for me, like, lyrical content is never a reason to dislike something for me. Like, if I don't like the way they sing, or I don't like or they're a clunky rapper or like whatever, I won't like it on that basis. But I'll never, like, I have a good friend who, when I used to play in bands, he was the singer in my band and he's a guitar player. And for him, he'll be like, well, the lyrics are terrible, so I can't get into this record. And for me, that is not, I don't even think about that. Like, I think about it in the context of this podcast, because when you read the lyrics, they're absolutely insanely terrible. But like, it would never affect my enjoyment of a song to be like, oh, well, these lyrics aren't very interesting, or like whatever you say. I don't know.
Right. And it is like, now I appreciate them in a different way, in that like they're lazy. And that's my favorite kind of writing now. You know, I work very hard on what me and Brett say on stage, you know, like, yeah. And I know you work very hard, like constructing how things are going to come out perfectly. But the thing that I enjoy the most is kind of badly written movies and books and TV. Like, that's what I like. I get the most out of badly written stuff. And like seeing this, listening to this album again, and like I'll give you one of the lyrics I wrote down. Where's it at? Maybe Freddy Krueger will step into your dream and burn you like a demon is the worst thing I've ever heard in a song.
Especially when he tries,
almost positive.
Especially when he tries to rhyme it with what song is that from again?
That is from Trust.
Trust, yes, that's right. Trust, one of the worst songs on the album. And I love the way he rhymes it with maybe Freddy Krueger will step into your dream and burn you like a demon and leave your ass screaming.
Yes, that is the worst thing.
It's so
my daughter
bad.
Could have written that 5 years ago. When she was 8, she could have written that. Also, I would say this. It occurred to me while listening to this album this time that there's like a pretty good amount of filler on this
there
one,
is, for sure.
Which is
there
wild.
Is.
Like I like it. I think I like pretty much all the songs. But I think there's a lot of like really unnecessary stuff, and there's stuff that like I didn't even remember.
Me
was
too.
A thing.
That was a big thing for me. Like I remember, because back in those days, I was never obsessed with like, oh, I got to listen to the whole album front to back and every song has to be good. Like, pardon me, back in those days, I didn't really care. Like if I didn't like a song, I'd skip it every single time. So, pardon me, it was funny coming to this album and realizing like, have I like ever even listened to this song? You know, like like No Sex, Don't Go Off Wandering. Those are like two songs that like I may as well have been hearing for the first time today. Whereas like other ones, like I know every single word, every single note, I'm with it all the way. But yeah, for some reason, there was like a couple songs where I was like, oh, I guess I just literally every time I listened to this album as a kid, I skipped that song and I barely know it.
Right, but then here's the thing. Those are the two songs that I thought right away, because I knew Show Me What You Got. And I'm going to tell you why. Because any song that mentioned Jacksonville for some reason, I just loved it.
And of course, that's the first town Fred hypes.
And
where you at? Jacksonville, Charlotte, Louisville. God, I hate myself.
One of the most embarrassing things I've ever done in my short career as an entertainer is in Jacksonville 2 months ago, going on stage and saying, Jacksonville's on the map. Look us up. Raising eyebrows with the Jaguars, kid. Better watch out. Line them up, cheetah. And I said that, and I've never been more embarrassed in my life. Because, and then like the other song, then at the end of the show, I was like, where you at? Jacksonville, Rochester, Louisville. Like I couldn't stop bringing up Limp Bizkit while I was there.
I respect you so much, man. I love that.
Well, you know, they didn't love Limp Bizkit there, and I assume it's I don't know that every person that comes through there mentions Limp Bizkit, but I just assume that they do.
It must be
awesome. Yeah, but there are a couple songs on here, I think, like basically, like if I had to pick the best song that's ever been written in my life. Like, I'm serious about this. This isn't hyperbole. It is my favorite song ever. And I think it's great. And I think it's like underappreciated. I think Rearranged is a very good fucking song.
Well, dude, like it's funny when you tweeted that, because and this is part of why we started this project together. And you tweeted this not that long ago, like it was long after we decided to do this together, but it was like you were speaking directly to my heart, because I just like the number of times I've said to people like, no, Limp Bizkit is good. And they're like, no, they're not. And I'm like, you listen to Rearranged and tell me that they're not good. I mean, this song is so good. I mean, it's so good. Like I had like there are maybe 10 songs in the world where like when a certain part in the song hits, it's like an endorphin rush. It's like you feel that like it just there's something it feels good no matter what mood I'm in. That for me is like that end part of Rearranged where it like builds up into the like level with me, you kept fucking like when it gets into that part, I am on full tilt. Like I don't care what we're doing. I am ready to explode. Like, I love it. I don't know what it is, but it just that part every time. You think that not everyone's like you. Yeah, not everyone is like you. You know, like there's just something about it. It gets me. And I think you might have even tweeted this, like the 6-song run after, if you don't count intro, the 6-song run to start this album is unbelievable. Like it's truly so good. And it's such a 1999 track list where it's like, let's take the 6 best songs. They're the first 6. And then whatever happens after that, who cares? Oh, Fred, you want to write a song so that girls flash you at shows? Yeah, sure. Track 13, whatever, you have that. No problem. Did your ex-girlfriend leave you for another woman? Yeah, sure. We're going to get to that because the news article I have is insane. And Fred dismisses his ex for being bisexual. It's super weird. But that's like what those songs are about. It's very strange. But that 6 song, like Just Like This, Nookie, Break Stuff, Rearranged, I'm Broke, Nobody Like You, unbelievable. Like what a fucking run of songs for this genre.
Nobody Like You is something that I totally forgot about that song.
Oh, that opening riff is unreal.
Yeah, I love it. I love that's one that like really got me. And Jonathan Davis is in it.
Of course,
I love it when those guys are together. But I really think that like with Rearranged, it has pretty good lyrics. They're not the worst.
They're not the worst. Yep.
The music is pretty good. Like, it's really good.
It's
like,
really
I like
good.
that bass line.
The bass line is incredible.
Like, it doesn't sound like anything else ever made. And then at the end, it's corny as hell, which we need in a Limp Bizkit song when he said, "Just think about it. You'll get it." Just putting that corny part in it, like it wouldn't be a Limp Bizkit song if it didn't have "You'll get it" at the end of it.
Like I just imagine them sitting in the studio. Fred's like cutting his vocal take, and then he's just like, he gets to the I almost can feel the wheels turning around in his head, being like, "Are people going to understand I'm doing a serious song right now? Maybe I should say something at the end so people know that I'm being serious. Hey, think about it. You'll get it." And then and then 5 guys who all presumably care about this band, and Terry Date, who's being paid likely hundreds of thousands of dollars to produce this record, or at least tens of thousands, all were like, "Yeah, that stays in. That stays in for sure. We're keeping it." And this is one thing I noticed listening back to this album, which I think I never really thought about because I always skipped it. Almost every song has some stupid ass weird outro. Like what? Like that don't connect to the song at all. Like I remember when Kendrick Lamar, when Blacker Than a Butterfly, is that the name of it? Or no, the Butterfly. Yeah, that's it. To Pimp a Butterfly. Blacker the Berry. That's why I was getting the two of them mixed up. To Pimp a Butterfly came out, and people were like, "Oh, these are like every song's like 4 different songs." That Limp Bizkit invented that. They invented that on Significant Other. That's Kendrick Lamar was biting Limp Bizkit, because all of these songs, it's like there'll be some amazing, like you'll be so hyped up, and it'll have a perfect finish too. Like it'll be like da 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 da.
I have a theory.
And you're like, what is going on right now? What? The song ended perfectly. What's your theory?
You hire a guy from House of Pain, an already famous guy, DJ Lethal. You gotta let him do some stuff. Like, he can't just be the guy going choo behind the guitars the whole time. And they were just like, "Look, this guy's famous. We gotta fucking let him do some stuff."
I need someone to isolate your impression of a record scratch and put it into a song that has record scratch. You're like,
also
chewy,
say
chewy,
this.
chewy.
I can tell you a funny story real quick about DJ Lethal.
Yeah, please.
2 years ago, somebody asked me and Brett to perform at a thing called the Electric Canna Carnival, and it was a cannabis carnival in Michigan. And they had a big section where you could get all the weed. They were selling weed, but it was only medical marijuana there. But you could get in the weed section if you had an artist laminate, which I guess is basically the same thing as a medical card.
Yeah, pretty much. It's got your picture on it. It's laminated.
Yeah. So we were in there like shopping. Anyway, we went there and we got like $500 worth of weed, and we performed on stage. And nobody shows up to this fucking thing, and it's at like a speedway, like a fucking motor speedway. It's enormous, this place, and maybe 30 people show up. There are carnival rides where these carnies are just standing by them looking miserable because there's nobody on the carnival rides because there's nobody at the thing. And the guy that was putting it on stopped writing checks about halfway through the weekend. So they took the stage away. And DJ Lethal was performing. He had to perform just standing on the ground while a guy played drums on a garbage can next to him in front of a trailer because they took the stage away.
And this is a guy who worked with the two greatest visionaries in rock and roll, Everlast and Fred Durst.
We got the fuck out of there. We were like, it looks like some weird stuff's gonna go on here. I think it's just time. We knew we weren't gonna get cut a check for sure.
Yeah.
But we had gotten so much free weed that we were like, let's just fucking leave. It doesn't matter. We'll just go home. But yeah, got to see DJ Lethal just standing on the ground as these guys like packed up their stage because they weren't getting paid anymore. It was an incredible experience.
Oh man, I love it. So we're gonna move on to a segment where we are gonna talk about an article. The whole point that we'd like to do. That's a great thing, a great sentence to speak. The whole reason we'd like to do this is to, again, show what was going on at the time. And for every album, we're going to try and find a weird news article from around that time period. And this is not so much weird because it's Spin. It's the August 1999 edition of Spin, of which Limp Bizkit is on the cover. And the title of the article, Brian, I'll give you a guess. What do you think an article about Limp Bizkit's rise to fame might be called?
Here's the first thing I want to say. Spin is the thinking man's Rolling Stone.
Correct.
So it is actually the more intelligent magazine.
True.
Is it something about them being like anything but limp?
No, well, I mean, that's
like
good.
That?
That's good. No, it's a pun for sure. The title of the article is How to Succeed in Business.
Fuck. I hate that even worse than the other one I came up with.
Much worse. The lead of the article is, so it's How to Succeed in Business by Really, Really Trying. Limp Bizkit leader Fred Durst wants to be rap metal's first Master P-style mogul, even if that means kicking it with Jesse Camp and Pauly Shore. And this
is that. He by the way, he got to be that.
He did. And it's so funny because this is an article from 1999, and it's talking about the Nookie video, and it talks about how Pauly Shore was there, and this is how they describe it. Remarkably enough, an alive and kicking Pauly Shore. In 1999. We're 20 years later, and Stefan and I are ordering cameos from Pauly Shore going, he's still alive? And it's comforting to know that 20 years ago, people were like, is Pauly Shore still alive? I mean, I guess he did make an entire movie about that called Pauly Shore is Not Dead, but still, I mean, that really stuck out. But there's some great shit in here. So this is a quote from Fred Durst. So it talks about how he's the leader of Limp Bizkit, but the thing is, he just wants so much more. He set his sights on being alt-rock's first masterpiece-style mogul, one for whom making hit records is just a stepping stone to a multimedia empire. Echoing what Leonardo da Vinci must have said at least once, he declares, yo, people who think I'm just all about one thing are fucking missing the whole fucking point.
I mean, I'm going to say this, and people are going to think this is bullshit, and I'm being a smart ass, and I'm being ironic. But he did find Stained in Puddle of Mud, and I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I like Puddle of Mud and I like Stained. So.
Yeah. So good. That's a mogul.
I mean, I don't think, as Fred Durst said about Puddle of Mud, that their lead singer was the next Kurt Cobain, but I don't think they're also like that bad.
No, you know? Yeah. I mean, when Lil Romeo came out, people were like, hey, he's the next.
Yes.
He's the next Tupac. And then people kind of forgot about that.
He's made 2 movies.
Yep.
Now, I know I just read today that his new movie made $3,000 in its first weekend.
Hell yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I want to see it.
No.
You know, I'm going to see that damn movie
of course.
With John Travolta in it.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's just so many great little lines here. This one is another one. An excitable dreamer who comes off much. So this is the other thing I love about this piece is that this is completely straightforward. Like in 2019, it's impossible to imagine that Limp Bizkit were written about in like a serious profile piece. Like it seems almost impossible to imagine. But that's this whole thing is like really straight ahead, straight faced, like Limp Bizkit are great. Fred Durst is a visionary. Here we go. So yeah, this is an excitable dreamer. They're talking about Fred, who comes off as much younger than his 28 years. He's the kind of guy who will suddenly declare that he's just thought up a quote, $1 million idea, then grab a napkin to take down notes about a quote, heavy rock meets hardcore rap, we are the world type record for charity.
Yes, that is a genius idea, though. I will say,
of course, a super.
But I think it would have probably been a ridiculously offensive song that they wrote.
100%. And then I'll for sure.
Like, look at All in the Family. You get
that's what they thought All in the Family. That's what they thought it was going to be. And then they started insulting each other, and they're like, we probably can't give this money to sick children. But yeah, it's wild. Like, the whole article is wild, and we're getting close to the end here, so I don't want to go too crazy, but there was one part I loved, and I know you wanted to talk about it because you have conflicting feelings about Wes Borland. But this is really funny. They're asking about so Wes Borland earlier in the article is talking about how, like, he doesn't even really like listen to the music that these guys listen to. And Fred's quote is, "Wes is cool, but we have different tastes. I just couldn't even deal with him at one point. Before the band was signed, Durst kicked him out for a while, but soon realized that there wasn't anyone as good as him who I liked as much, so now he's the guy who makes us listen to Ween on the tour bus."
Oh, poor guys.
I know, right?
That sucks. Here's what I think about Wes Borland.
Okay, I haven't got to the quote. Let me read the quote.
Okay.
That was just one, but this is I think is perfect to set you up for Wes Borland, and then we'll wrap up this here show. So this is the band's disparate personalities are conveyed by their answers to the chestnut, "Where will you be in 10 years from now?" Sam Rivers, in a big old mansion in the Caribbean. John Otto, in 2 mansions, one in the Caribbean and one in Hawaii. DJ Lethal, making beats. Fred Durst, at between 10 and 20 million units sold. Wes Borland, probably not in the band.
Okay, first of all, okay, I'm going to say Wes Borland, best answer there.
Yeah, of course.
I think, here's the thing about Wes Borland, is he sucks. Like, I mean, he's good in Limp Bizkit.
Whoa.
But I've listened to Big Dumb Face, and I thought it sucked.
Okay.
Like, I was like, oh, this stinks.
Okay,
you know
but
what I
that
mean?
doesn't mean Wes sucks, though.
Well, I think he seems like an asshole, too. You know? Like, I hate this idea. There is a thing with me that I think you should kind of... You can complain. I complain on my show, obviously, and you can complain all you want. But you should, like, not give the impression that you're, like, just up there getting a paycheck and that you don't really give a shit about what you're doing. Like, I think it's such, like, a dick thing to do. And I also think that, like, he should be so glad that he was in Limp Bizkit, because everything else he did stunk and nobody liked it.
True.
You know?
No, and I agree with you on that. And he does say, like, in another area of the article, I'm not sure if I can find it, but he was talking about how, like, when he met Fred, he knew that it was like, he was like, oh, I'd been in a bunch of bands with a bunch of other people, but when I met Fred, like, that's when I knew, like, no, he's like the real deal, and we're like a real band, and this is the guy I want to be worth. Oh yeah, guitarist Borland was fronting another local group, but quit after seeing Durst on stage. He was fucking awesome, he says. I'd never really seen someone sing rap like that. And so, you know, I think, like, so it is weird because, like I say, I'm a bit conflicted because I really do feel like Wes is the best nu metal guitarist, and I honestly don't think it's close. I mean, I think even just riff wise, like, if you think of, like, iconic riffs in nu metal, they're all like, so many of them are Wes's. It's like Steph Carpenter has a couple, Monkey and Head have a couple, but, like, it's really about the songs with, like, Korn and Deftones and Linkin Park and other bands. It's about the songs. It's not about the players. Whereas, like, I feel like Limp Bizkit was about the players. Like, John Otto has some super memorable parts. He's got a drum solo in Nobody Like You. He's got a drum solo at the start of My Generation. Sam Rivers has the rearranged bass riff, which our own producer Daniel has admitted that's the first thing he plays when he picks up a bass. Like, it's such an iconic. And then Wes, I just feel like his riffs pop in a way that no other nu metal riffs pop. So, like, I think I agree with you. It's like the don't bite the hand that feeds you. And when people love you, it is shitty to be like, yeah, I hate the thing I do. Like, it doesn't ingratiate you to the people. People are not like, oh, I want to cheer for this guy now, you know? But at the same,
I think that's why people didn't buy his shit. Like, I think that's like he released those albums and like people were just like, I'm not gonna give this shit a chance. Fuck this guy,
right?
You know, and like I'm. It's not even like because you know, you can get frustrated with what you're doing. It has nothing to do. Like I get frustrated with. I get frustrated with Street Fight at times, and like, you know, we get, me and Brett can sometimes butt heads about shit, but like it's something that like you would never hear us talk about something like that publicly,
right?
You know, and like I think it like makes you feel better. Like everybody else had tact when it came to this kind of thing, right? Like Chino from the Deftones, Jonathan Davis, for instance, would just be like, oh, you know, I really like Duran Duran and The Cure and, you know, Faith No More. And he would like name things that he liked that weren't nu metal. Whereas this guy just was like, I don't like nu metal. I don't like being in this band.
Right.
You know, and it made me feel like a dork for listening to it in a way. I think at the time, not now. It's like, well, I understand. You know, the guy's got to collect a paycheck. He's got to collect money. But I do think at the time, it was kind of like, oh, well, you know, fuck me then, I guess. I'm a dumbass that likes this dumb shit.
Well, I think
know?
like it's like what you were saying, though. I think nu metal did have, it was like essentially contrarian to listen to it. So I do agree with you in that it sucks when your argument can be instantly defeated. When you're like, Limp Bizkit rules, and then someone goes, well, like a guy who was in Limp Bizkit doesn't like Limp Bizkit. What do you even say to that? You're just like, yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, he's made millions of dollars off of this band, probably unquestionable number of women and cool experiences, and he's like, yeah, this shit sucks.
I do like the honesty, though. Like, part of me is like, yeah, I mean, it's cool to just go out there and say, like, as an entertainer, I wouldn't do what he did, but as a fan, it's like really cool. Like, just see, like, or maybe it's the other way around. Like, as a fan, I didn't like what he did. As an entertainer, it's really cool to see a guy just come out and let everybody know how he feels.
Oh, totally.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, like I think I get that way with athletes sometimes. Like I remember like Keith Foulke, he was like a closer for the Boston Red Sox for quite a while, and for a while was considered like one of the best closers in the majors. Like actively was like, yeah, I hate baseball. Like I don't like it. He's like, I'm a closer. I come in the ninth inning. I do not watch the game. He's like, I get into the bullpen in like the sixth inning after sitting in the clubhouse for the first 6 innings and not watching the game. Then I throw my pitches and get ready. Then I come in. He's like, I love hockey. I wish I was good at it. I would way rather be a professional hockey player. And like in some ways you're like, yeah, okay, I could get that. I could get like the grind of this like wearing you down, you know? But also, yeah, I totally, I think what you're saying is accurate, that it's like you want to believe that everybody's doing something for the best possible reasons. And if someone's doing it for reasons that don't align with what you hope or what you would assume, then it's disappointing in some ways.
Right. And I also, yeah, I mean, that's the perfect way to say it. You summed it up perfectly for me.
Beautiful. I love when I sum things up. And speaking of summing things up, let's sum up this album. So what we're going to do is to end off our talk of the album, we're going to review it, and we don't want to give it a kind of traditional, 5 stars, whatever. The way we're going to review every album is if someone tweeted at one of us, hey, Significant Other sucks, how many tweets would we argue with them before we gave up? So like how many tweets deep would we go to be like, no, this album is good, and try to convince them it's good? And that could be any number from 0 to infinity. So Brian, you can go first. If someone tweeted at you, like you had your tweet about Rearranged, if someone tweeted at you and told you Significant Other sucks, how many times would you tweet back at them?
All right, here's the deal. I don't defend my points very often. And this may sound like a low number, but this is actually a very high number. I would probably go back and forth 5 times, which is like, I usually give up after 3. It's like, fuck it, I don't give a shit anymore.
Yep.
Like I stopped caring. But for this album, I'll go to the mat for it. nobody really makes there's not a lot of perfect albums. Like I think I said this today. The only perfect albums are like the first 4 Marilyn Manson LPs. Like that's it. But like nothing's perfect. But as we said earlier, from track 1 to track 7, nothing, like, it's great. But then even after that, nothing's that bad. Nothing's like offensive.
No, yeah, no, for sure. I agree. So I would say that if it was the guy who reviewed the annotations on Genius, I would argue with him to infinity. Because if you want, so as I said, check out that Spin article from August 1999. And then if there's another Limp Bizkit thing you'd like to check out, may I direct you to genius.com and to Limp Bizkit's significant other on Genius, because there is someone on Genius. There's only one guy who's making any annotations on the Limp Bizkit record. And this is a sample of it. This is from the song Trust that earlier we said we didn't like, and I'm standing by that. It's Trust ? Okay, so that obviously gives you a sense right away from the title what the song is about. The first 3 things Fred says in the song, there's like a little bit of, there's kind of just like a sort of noodly guitar part and a drum, just a hi-hat. And Fred goes, backstabbers. And then someone in the back goes, backstabbers, two-faced, low lifes. These 3 words are highlighted, suggesting that there's a Genius note about them. This is from Nu Metal Tigers, who has done all of the annotations on all of these reviews. He wrote, Fred is pointing out the people you should not trust.
Yes.
Backstabbers and two-faced lowlifes, Brian. Do not. I know you have a. I know you have a thing for two-faced lowlifes, my friend, but stay away from them. So as that guy would argue to infinity, but to answer the question seriously, I honestly think. I mean, I'm a bit more of a Twitter arguer than you are. I think. Here's what I'll say. I would go 7, but if someone is specifically calling into question rearranged, I'll go 10.
Right.
So if part of the argument is like, I say no, but listen to rearranged, and they go, that's a shitty song, well, then we've got a real debate on our hands.
If somebody says rearranged sucks, I'll ask them what city they're from, and I will never do a live show in that city again, number 1. And number 2, I would probably go 15 deep with that guy who said that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold would have been Limp Bizkit fans. 15 to him. Respect. From Entertainment Weekly, okay?
Respect. Well, he might be dead, Brian, so you may, it could be cool.
Good. I say good to that.
Let's get into this Korn album. So we are going over the Korn self-titled album, which was their first album. It came out on October 11th, 1994. So you're going to be hearing this episode, I mean, depending on when you listen to it, but if you listen to it when we release it, which will probably be on October 1st, you're basically hearing it at the 25th anniversary of this record. So yeah, it came out October 11th, 1994. It was recorded in Malibu, California. It was produced by Ross Robinson. Last month when we did Significant Other, we looked at the chart position because it was crazy that Limp Bizkit was number 1 on the Billboard charts. And we looked at the other things that they were around. Korn, this album, never really great on the Billboard charts. It peaked at number 72 and didn't have like a big single or anything like that. And also the choices for the singles on this album are very strange, but we can get into that. But the album did end up selling 2.1 million copies in the United States and 10 million copies worldwide as of January 4th, 2013. And according to Wikipedia, this is the album that is considered to have started the nu metal genre. So it's a big album. It's a touchstone album. I think you and I talked about, what album to do first. We wanted to do Significant Other first because we felt like that was the sort of peak of nu metal. And I think this album is sort of the start of nu metal. So, kind of anytime you're going to be doing a nu metal podcast, if you're doing 2 episodes first, you're probably doing Korn and Limp Bizkit. And so we're getting into Korn today. So it didn't it was a longevity play. This was the album that launched Korn, but it wasn't like they were huge right away. People weren't clamoring for the debut album. Now, I want to start because last time we were going to talk about the album art of Significant Other, because art and the way that music videos were directed for these bands and the way that the bands presented themselves were such a huge part of it. But we had so much to get to with our own nu metal history last time. Before we get into our own history with the Korn album, let's just talk a little bit about the album art, because it's fucked up.
I think it's cool. Like, I remember even back at the time being like, wow, this is fucking cool. This is dark shit. Because like every heavy metal album, like basically heavy metal to me before Korn was Pantera, and like, Vulgar Display of Power is a fist punching a guy in the face, and like Far Beyond Driven is a skull with a with a screw going through it, and it's like all black and dark, and like the Korn album cover is very dark. But yes. I was so drawn to it. It's like a movie to me. I like look at that thing and I think it's like a movie for some reason.
Yeah, no, it looks cool. But here's the thing. Like, so I got this album, back when I started listening to nu metal in like 97, 98. And I never noticed this until today when I was doing research for this album. Not only does it look like there's like a shadow of like, it looks like a tall man that's maybe holding like some knives. It looks like he's stalking this little girl on a playground swing. All of that's very obvious, but here's something I never noticed before. The girl's shadow is shot in such a way that it looks like she's hanging from the letter K.
That's sick.
I never noticed
sick
that before.
Behavior.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Like and then I was like, oh man, this is even more twisted than I thought.
Did they do that on purpose?
Yeah, they did. Because it says right in the Wikipedia page, which is the most trusted source. The album cover depicts a young girl being approached by a large man who is holding what appears to be horseshoes or possibly blades. Furthermore, the girl's shadow gives the appearance that her body is being hanged due to the position of the band's logo.
I see it now. I'm looking at it now, and it does look like she's being hanged by the K.
Yeah,
Korn.
Isn't that crazy?
I think great.
The thing I kind of like about this, and we're going to talk so much about this when we talk about the lyrics and stuff of this record, like this album cover just would not happen today, I don't think, or at least not for a mainstream band. Like maybe if you're kind of like, a death metal band or whatever, I feel like people are just like, yeah, whatever. They're all burning churches and killing each other. Like who gives a shit? But like, if this was like a mainstream album cover, like people would lose their fucking mind.
I guess, yes. Now that we live in like Joker times where people are like afraid of a movie, right, I think you're probably, I would have disagreed with you like a month ago where it's like, people understand, it's art, it's fake or whatever. But now I'm like, no, people would be like, oh shit, this Korn album's scary as hell. Should we release it? Should the army be at the CD store when when it comes out? I don't know.
The National Guard.
Yeah.
It's funny to me because in Canada, the only time you ever hear of like the army being called in for something is like a snowstorm. Like if there's like a really, really brutal snowstorm, the like local government can dispatch the army to like help clear the streets and sidewalks of snow. So they'll be like, yeah, we called up the National Guard and like 1,000 soldiers descended upon Toronto to like clear snow. So like when you're like, yeah, let's send the army to the record store, the first thing that just went through my mind was like, oh, is it snowing at the record store?
No, they're standing there with guns because the way that the way that we fix things here is we shoot it. And like it obviously that does something every time. Like there's at least a reaction to that, I guess. Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe we're just too far. I'm too far left. I that's what Todd Phillips or no, Todd McKay. What's the guy's name who directed Joker?
Todd Phillips. He's the old school guy. Yeah.
So he was like, he's blaming the Joker shit on the far left. So I guess seeing this Korn album cover, I'm just too far left, Brian. It makes me feel like it's not something that would be released today. But I will say, as like a debut album mission statement, like it's pretty cool. Like you see it and you really get what the music is. Like if you turned on the first song after seeing the album cover, you'd be like, yeah, this is exactly what I expected, which you don't get with every album cover. A lot of them are pretty ambiguous. You wouldn't necessarily expect what you hear, but I feel like you hear the opening of Blind and then Jonathan Davis screams, "Are you ready?" And you're like, yeah, I'm ready to die. Like this girl died on the album cover. You're like, this is dope.
I think the thing about the cover and the music is that I think it painted the music in a different way to me too. The music has like the little hip hop like elements and stuff in it, and the cover wasn't black, I guess is what I'm saying. It was like a very bright cover of an album. So I don't know, it made it completely different from everything else that I had ever heard in my life. I mean, this album was really what made me like care about music. I didn't really care that much before this came out, and I think I got it in April 1995. I don't know why I remember, but I got it in April of 1995, and I didn't stop listening to it. I just would not stop listening to it for probably 2 years.
So what's your, so let's get into the history. We've covered the album art. So let's get into our personal history with the album. You're touching on it a little bit there. So what kind of drew you to it? Because I know on episode 1, you were talking about how, you know, at your school, you pretty much had to listen to rap music or you were lame and people hated you. So like what kind of drew you to Korn and made it be like the first band that you cared about? What was your history with discovering this?
Well, this was in high school. Korn came out when I was in high school. When I think I was a sophomore in high school, and it was a little more laid back about the music thing. There were metal kids and there were rap kids or whatever, you know. And I kind of fit in the middle, which Korn really helped a lot because it was like you could show rap people Korn, and they'd be like, "Oh, they're cool, man. They look, you know, they look like kind of cool guys."
Yeah, they kind of look like rap dudes. Like they're very California looking to me. Like in a dingy way, but like very California-ish, you know? Like I think we talked about with Limp Bizkit, we sort of talked about how like everyone in the band was like a guy, you know? And like I remember specifically like I talked about Korn and just like how, like Monkey's the kind of like Kirk Hammett, like surfer, dreadlock, kind of like just chill guitar virtuoso guy. And then like Head's the quiet weirdo. Fieldy's the moron, Jonathan Davis is the weirdo, and David's the guy who like actively hated the music they were like. I feel like every new metal band has one guy in it who hated what they were doing. And David is definitely the guy in Korn who hates
look at the guy. He was so handsome like in the early days. I've been listening to I listened to a podcast with him on it today, and now he's like one of those guys that you can tell he looks like a YouTube video in a car guy now. Like a guy.
He always kind of looked like a car guy, like in the Got the Life video when he's the one who's like driving the car, I think, when they get out of the car, and you're like, yeah, he probably owns that car. Like he just looked like a guy who like worked out, like had a lifetime, like his thing with Korn was like, you know, we made a bunch of money, but like Gold's Gym gave me a lifetime membership, and that was like really cool. Yeah. And then I also bought like 3 muscle cars, and that's my whole thing.
Seeing the poster, I mean, I saw a poster of them when I went and bought the album, and that's what kind of solidified it for me. And they have this thing of like, they look like rock stars in a way that I could never look, I think. Like I always wonder how guys that end up being rock stars end up looking like they were born to do it in a way. Korn was born to look like that, which meant that they were definitely going to be rock stars. I was born to look like this, which meant I would do podcasts, you know, or like whatever job I would do. Right. I just didn't have the rock and roll guy look, you know?
Right. Well, I think it's the thing too that Korn had, especially like almost more than like Limp Bizkit and stuff like that, was that they had that rock star thing where they could kind of look and wear whatever they wanted and it seemed cool no matter what, you know, which was like that kind of thing. Like then maybe that's just me being like insecure, but I just feel like I never, when I buy clothes, I'm just like, oh, these all look okay. Like I'm never, you know, and if something looks a little outlandish, I'm like, well, this isn't for me, you know. Whereas like you look at like posters of Korn and like Jonathan Davis had like a mustache that he shaved down the middle and then wore those like really goofy like clear lens Oakleys all the time, and then like both Head and Monkey had like bizarre haircuts, and like Monkey had the kind of like boiler suit look going on, and then like David would wear like just baggy gym clothes and like baggy gym pants and like a wife beater. But he looked famous somehow. Like, even though he just dressed like a chud, you're like, this guy looks famous, kind of. Like, they had a weird vibe. And then Fieldy was always wearing like the baggiest possible clothes, and he played his bass at his shins. And you're like, this is just the coolest thing ever, you know? Like, I don't feel like, what were you dressing like when Korn came out? Like, what did you look like that you were like, these guys are dope?
I think when they came out, I was in, in ninth grade, I'll say this. In ninth grade, I was wearing like IOU jeans, which were basically like Nautica jeans. They were
okay.
You bought them at the Cool People store, and then at the mall.
And in Columbus, that's what the store was called. You guys just had very literal store names. Oh, I went to the Cool People store.
So I was buying silk shirts and Looney Tunes t-shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
But then the next year, when I got like really into Korn, it was Adidas and Jinko jeans and like band t-shirts and flannels. Right. And boots and shell toes. Like I completely poured myself into being into Korn. I think part of that was because I liked hip hop anyway. Like, I was into that like style the whole time, but I don't know if I had the guts to do it until I saw metal guys doing it, and I was like, oh, I can do that too. I'll be a metal guy too, you know?
Right. Yeah. No, I get that. Like, so for me, when this album I came to much later. So like my history with this album is I got into Korn at Follow the Leader. Like, I kind of got into new metal at Follow the Leader. So when this album came out, I was 9. So I don't think there were probably like a whole lot of 9-year-olds that were like listening to an album with a song called Faggot on it.
Yeah.
So like it wasn't really it wasn't really something that I would have listened to at that time. But then like Freak on a Leash came out, and that just felt commercial. Like, even though it just like the music wasn't really like, there's never been a time before or since where music like that was popular and famous. But at that time, like, Freak on a Leash was so big. The video was so cool. I talked about this last episode. Like, the cartoon video was so cool. The song was so cool. That got me into Korn. And then I specifically remember, like, okay, I same as you, like, I right away, I don't know what it was about Korn, but right away there was just something that hooked me into the band, where I was like, okay, this band is my shit. I like this now. Like, before I was kind of like Weezer, Green Day, Blink-182, kind of like pop punk stuff. And then when I got into this, it was just like, this is it now. I don't like anything else. I only like this. And then I found Limp Bizkit through Korn, and then it was just like those two bands. And then so I went back to this album, and it scared me, honestly. Like, I was 13. I was like, I said when I was 13, I'm like, I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to do drugs. I'm not going to have sex. I'm just going to be a cool guy. Now we're 20 years later. I still have not done 2 of those 3 things. I was like kind of a scared kid. So I go back. So I remember specifically, like, just seeing the album cover for this, I was like, like, this feels different than Follow the Leader, which was like a cartoon album cover, and the video was so popular, and like people liked it. Girls liked it. People at school liked it. It didn't feel unsafe. And then I got this, and it did not sound anything like Follow the Leader. And I was like, what is this? Like, I remember when I first got it, I liked some of the songs that had a little bit more vibe to them, like I liked Blind, and I liked Divine, because that just had kind of like a sort of swing beat that to it. It had some urgency to it. But I remember, like, for the most part, I was like, I don't think I like this. Like, I think I like Follow the Leader, but I don't think I like this. So I actually kind of almost skipped this album and went to Life is Peachy. And then Life is Peachy has a couple more sort of, again, poppy is not really the way to describe anything, but like Adidas and Good God and No Place to Hide, like songs that felt a little bit more like they were trying to get on the radio, whereas like this album doesn't have any of that. And so I remember like listening to it and being like, this is scary. Like, I can't get into this. And it was only like probably a year later or 2 years later where I actually like fully got into this record, and I was like, okay, no, this is actually super cool.
Yeah, I think we're so opposite, because when Follow the Leader came out, I was kind of like, this sucks, man. What are they doing? I mean, I ended up, I appreciated it when it came out, but it felt like I was trying harder to like Follow the Leader than I did the first two Korn out. Like that first album was, I'm not just talking about like how it got me into metal. It really made me care about music, period. Before it was like, hey, some guy at school said Nirvana's good. I'll give it a listen.
I guess
and
I like them. Yeah,
I'd listen and be like, oh yeah, this is great. You know, so fun. But then,
so let me ask you this though. So did Follow the Leader, because we came to it at totally different times. Like, did Follow the Leader feel like they were selling out to you?
Yeah, absolutely. It because the first two albums were, first of all, Ross Robinson, the kind of muddy sound that honestly, I wish they should remaster this thing.
This album sounds horrible.
Yeah.
It sounds like it was recorded on a Walkman.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds truly awful. And we're going to get into a news article later, but Ross Robinson basically admits that he didn't know what he was doing when he recorded this album. And it sounds like that.
Well, at the time, though, it sounded very cool to me, because everything else was really clear. Everything else like more treble. This sounded like it had more bass, and it was just more raw, and it was very cool. And like, I was seeing them in concert. I think I saw them, like, my first 9 concerts was seeing Korn. So when you see them live, the stuff is like a lot more crunchy. It's a lot louder, and you kind of have those memories in your mind when you're listening to it. I don't have them anymore. I did drugs for so long that I think they're all gone.
Drugs?
Well, I do drugs, and I just forget things now.
No, that's okay.
But I was also such a different kind of kid, you know. I smoked weed and did acid when I was 12, and like I already smoked cigarettes when I was 13 years old. Like, I was a fucking habitual smoker when I was 13 years old, and I was getting high and drinking and whatever I could get my hands on. Like, I just really wanted to be a bad kid. And Korn is music for bad kids. Like, that is exactly
right.
That's their target audience, is just bad kids, because they hate their parents, and they hate authority, and they hate everybody, and they think everybody's out to get them. That's why that first album spoke to me so much. It's probably the same feeling people get when they look at like Harley Quinn or Tweety Bird memes online, like when they're young, and they're like, oh shit, yeah, that is sassy what they just said. Like, that's how I feel.
Yeah, I think the thing for me is, it's so interesting, because I would bet with your age and when you started listening to this, like, this would have felt like really, like you say, for the bad kids. And I feel like Follow the Leader was like nu metal emo almost. Like, I talked about this on the last episode, but it was like, for me, it was more like I had a great life. Everything about my life was totally fine. Like, I played rep sports that my parents poured thousands of dollars into. I always grew up in a comfortable home. My parents were together. They're still together. I have a great relationship with my entire family. And I'd listen to like one Korn song and be like, well, my life is awful. It's horrible. No one likes me or understands me. Jonathan Davis understands me and no one else understands me, you know? And it's like I can remember listening to Faggot. It sucks I have to keep saying that word, but I mean, it is the name of the song.
You
but
say
like,
Faget, which is the way it's spelled.
There we go.
You know?
There we go. Okay, yeah, let's say that. That's much better to me. So Faget, I remember like listening to that and being like, and thinking to myself, like, yeah, this is me. I get bullied.
Bet kids think I'm gay.
I get bullied all the time, but I didn't really. Like, I didn't have a ton of friends. Like, I was always kind of a bit of a loner, and I moved too. Like, when I was in grade 8, I moved across. Grew up in Toronto, in a suburb of Toronto, and I moved to a suburb of Vancouver when I was 14. So in grade 9, I moved, 9th grade for our American listeners. I know it's confusing switch, but so I moved. So I felt like I didn't have a lot of friends, but it wasn't like no one was actively bullying me. No one was calling me names in the hall. No, but yeah, in my mind, I'm like, yeah, everyone thinks that I am a loser and they hate me And when Jonathan Davis says you can suck my dick and fucking like it, I was like, yeah.
See, it's weird because I think that is a good like fundamental difference between, because I ran with a pack of wolves, okay? like I was a bully, I've said before, obviously.
Yeah.
I was a redneck idiot, but I was like kind of a bully, and I was sort of, I don't like to say like I was a popular kid because it sounds weird, but like I was friends with everybody.
Sure, yeah.
And but the guys I hung out with we were mean to each other. We beat each other up, and we were brutal. It really was like a pack of wolves. So like that first Korn album, like while I was not being picked on, I was still like constantly fighting for my life with this group of horrible people that I decided to put around myself,
Oh,
like I had
sure.
put myself in this situation where like, oh, you're a bad, like where I had to like kind of live up to a certain standard of badness and roughness and toughness and like I was probably the most tender-hearted of all of my friends, and that's exactly it. This Korn album was what, first of all, like the only emotion I knew how to have was anger, because I was always scared of like everything. I was like scared of all adults. I didn't like adults, which I think is a theme in a lot of Korn stuff.
Totally.
And it just was, I just hated people having authority over me. And the first Korn album is really about like somebody feeling trapped, like Jonathan Davis felt trapped, it seemed like, in his childhood. And that's how I always felt too. I mean, my home life wasn't terrible. I don't like my parents very much, and I don't love all of my brothers and sisters. But it wasn't like, I hate to make it sound like I wasn't in like an abusive house or anything. It was a real like, I don't give it, like, do whatever you're gonna fucking do, kid. That was kind of my life. Was like, I think just do whatever you're gonna do.
You had a good line on episode 1 where you talked about how like listening to this music like made you think that you hated your parents. Like you like, where you'd listen to it and then you're like, oh yeah, like I do. Like Jonathan Davis would be singing about abuse, and even though you weren't getting abused, you're like, yeah, you know what? My parents kind of, they treat me bad too. And I feel like it was that way for me, but with like being like a loner or like an outcast. Like I feel like that was the part of the Korn music that like spoke to me, was the like, I had friends. It wasn't like I had no friends. I just didn't have a ton of friends. And I always felt like I was unpopular. Like my dread, like you said, you're always afraid, or you're angry because you're afraid. And I wasn't so much angry. It was more like sadness. It was like, I was afraid of getting too close to people, I think. And I wasn't like, it's hard to believe now because I'm very like extroverted, but I like was not very social. I didn't talk to a lot of people. So I feel like listening to this type of music almost exacerbated those feelings for me, where I was like, oh yeah, like I'm a huge loner, but like I'm listening to this music and someone like identifies with me, and like that's cool. And it was like almost like I propagated my own stereotype in my head of like, I had this stereotypical idea like, oh yeah, I'm a loner piece of shit. And then I would like listen to Korn and walk around school and be like, yeah, all these people hate me, but like I don't give a fuck, because like whatever, I'm tough and I'm like a loner and I don't care, like it's fine.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for me, it was a lot like we would get our grade cards every 9 weeks, and we would get an interim report every 4.5 or some shit like that. They would send them out. And most of the time, I would get to the mailbox before my parents and just throw them all away. I'd throw all my brothers and sisters away too. So it was just kind of like, shit, grade cards didn't come. That's weird, But
they keep forgetting our address, I think. I don't know what's going on. Super strange.
But when they would get their hands on them, they would ground me. And then I would go down in my room and slam the door and play this album really fucking loud, because they made me, I was so mad that somebody had power over me. And I think my whole life has been pushing. I mean, my podcast is about how I hate authority. basically. It's
Right.
it's like everything in my life has been, I don't want anybody to have any power over me, so I'm just gonna act up. And that is this album. That seems to be the message of this album. It's like, nah, nobody will control me, and I will cry and I will scream until people realize that they just don't want to be around me at all.
Yeah, this is serious. You guys don't get this. And I think that's what it was for me too. Like, I was 13 years old, and it was that kind of thing of like, my feelings are serious. Like, this is serious shit. Like, you don't understand. Like, you don't understand how serious I am about this stuff. And like, you and I grew up in an era where there wasn't, like, mental health was not a conversation. You didn't talk to your parent. Like, if I told my parents I was getting bullied, they'd probably be like, "Oh, like, that's too bad. That sucks."
Once you
Or like,
kick his
whatever,
ass.
you know? Yeah,
You know?
exactly. You know, like, it wasn't, you could never be like, "Oh, like, I'm kind of sad, you know, like, this is pretty shitty that I'm sad." You just didn't talk about that. So it was this kind of thing of like, "Oh, but no, but my feelings are pretty serious, and I know that now because a guy was screaming on my stereo."
There's
So
also
that's how I know.
there's also a thing about being a teenager where like your feelings do feel pretty serious and no adults take them seriously.
Totally.
You know?
Totally.
And that's difficult. I mean, I'm a 40-year-old man with a 15-year-old daughter now, and I find it very hard to take her feelings seriously. You know,
Oh,
and
for sure.
I know what the issues are. You know, I know.
Yeah,
that
Issues
everything
is
is so
Korn's
real.
fourth album.
Yeah, I know. Yes, I know.
That's what the issues are.
I know that everything seems very serious to her, but I just look at her. I'm like, you got a whole long life ahead of you, you know?
Yeah.
It's
Oh,
gonna
for
be
sure. It's
fine.
just it's because it's hard. Like, it's so hard to impart perspective, right? And like, I remember, like, I've been teaching for 11 years now, and I remember, the first time these words came out of my mouth, where I had like grade 12 kids, and they were like, "Oh, Mr. Cullen, like, this is so hard," and I would be like, "You think this is hard? Just wait till you get to university. Like, you think this 500-word paper is hard? Like, you're going to go to university in 4 months, and they're going to give you a 1,500-word essay, and they're not going to give you any help at all. I gave you a 500-word essay, and I sat here, and I taught you how to write every word of it. And and then I remember, like, getting in my car after work, and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, it was actually hard.
I'm that guy now. And then you have kids. They're like, "Mr. Cullen," like 6 months later, who are like, "You're so right. Like, you told me grade 2." But at the moment, the kids are like, "No, this is the hardest thing I've ever done. How could you tell me this isn't hard? This is the hardest assignment I've ever done in my life." Like, everything feels like the biggest deal until you move on, and it's impossible to impart that. Let's talk about some of the songs, because I know you've been tweeting about some of them over the last few days as you've been listening to the album. One thing that I think I'm going to make a statement right now, and you can agree with me or not. I think, which is crazy, because this is a crazy statement I'm about to make, but I actually think that this is the only non-Deftones new metal album where every song is good.
You know what? I kind of agree. Now, here's the problem, okay? Listen to it way too many times. Way too many in my life. Just I have like a thing about repeated doing things, with music it's a little better. Like movies, right? I only watch every movie once. I would never watch a movie a second time.
Sure, I'm the same.
Just a ridiculous thing to watch a movie a second time or a TV show a second time. No, I'll never do that. With music, I go the other direction, and I will listen to the same music a million times and then hate it as soon as I'm done.
Right.
That being said, I like every song on this album. I could do without Chutes and Ladders. I think.
Okay. That's
is
the one
my
where you draw the
problem
line
with the album.
I don't. For me, Chutes and Ladders and Lies and Daddy, I think, are the three that you could just be fine never hearing again. I mean, Daddy's kind of iconic, and obviously, like, I remember Daddy being iconic in the way of, you know, people being like, oh, Korn, like, isn't that the band that has the song where the lead singer cries for like 5 minutes? Like, people even knew about that, you know, because that was just, no one did that, you know, that wasn't a thing to just like have like, oh yeah, we just left the track playing while he like sobbed in the vocal booth for 4 minutes or whatever. But for me, those are like the three where you could go either way on. But I think it's more, I'm viewing it with a modern lens. Like, I'm with you. I listened to it so much when I was younger, but I was just surprised going back and listening to it over the last like week or so to get ready for this podcast. I was surprised how good the songs are. Like, I really thought that I was going to not hate, but I just haven't listened to it in a long time. So I really thought I just wasn't going to care for it, because I remember the production being so bad, and I'm a real stickler for good production. So I was kind of like, yeah, I remember the production being pretty bad. It's their first record. I don't think that I'm going to really like this. And like, man, I mean, it's really like wall to wall bangers. And the thing that really surprised me is when you get to the back half of the album, they were really like experimenting quite a bit. Like, it wasn't like it was just all go, 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 go. You know, obviously every song had like a monster riff, but you know, there are some really like in Fake, like the verse in Fake, where it like completely goes down to like a very sparse like guitar note, and David's playing like flams on the drums, and rolls, like subtle rolls on the drums, and just really like they had some really interesting parts on a lot of the tracks. Helmet in the Bush has the drum track. It just kind of sound like I was surprised at sort of the layers of the album. I just thought I was going to listen to it. It was going to be pretty sludgy. I was going to like maybe 3 or 4 songs, and I was going to be like, yeah, this album's aged poorly. But I think 25 years later, it's aged pretty good.
Yeah, the back half of the album is so good. Like, that's all my favorite songs on. I like Lies a lot. Like, yeah, was one of my favorite songs, because he says ripping your heart and destroying my brain, I think he says. But I love that. Here's another thing. Like, this is not to say, like, these songs are so special to me because I was there when this was all they played at their concerts. They didn't have any other songs. This was it. And then they would do a cover of Lowrider, and they would do Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock. That was it. That was the only other songs. They played everything except for Daddy. And it's funny you bring up Daddy, because the big rumor at Woodstock 99 was that Korn was going to play Daddy, and I was so excited to be able to tell people I got to see Daddy live, and then, you know, like, they didn't do it. So
right. Well, they ended up doing it on the 20-year anniversary tour, and Jonathan Davis talks about that in the article that we're going to read in a little bit. And he was just basically like, yeah, like, it was really emotional. Like, I guess what happened, the story is they played it one time in 1995, and Jonathan like kind of broke down again when they played it on stage, and he was just like, well, fuck that. I'm not going to like cry every show. And so then he was just like, yep, we just don't play it, and that's the rule. And then it just never got talked about. And then when they did the 20-year anniversary tour of the album, he was just like, yeah, like, I'm over all that shit now. Like, I don't care. I can play it. It doesn't matter. And it's kind of like, okay, well, great. So then they just played it. They played it on the tour. Like, I would have rather him been like 20 years later, like, yeah, it still bugs me. Like, there's no way we're playing it. You know, just like keep it tight like that, you know?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many of these songs me and Brett went and saw them a couple years ago, and they didn't play any of this stuff.
No, of course. And what would you play? You'd play Blind, maybe?
Yeah, they play Ball Tongue, I think, too.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's like that actually was, I don't know if it was in the interview that you sent me or if it was one I listened to, but they kind of felt like that song was the purest distillation of what Korn was up to that moment. And when you listen to it,
he says that in the interview.
Yeah, when you listen to it, it really is kind of like that is the foundation for what they would end up being. But these songs were all special to me. It was like, because they all had these great parts in the mosh pit. And that's like really what I remember is like every single one of them had these really great parts in the pit, and I'll never fucking forget being in those pits back then, and these like really small places, and fucking moshing to like Predictable, you know?
Right, which is so cool. Like, yeah, that's something that I can't even wrap my head around that. you know,
they were like
Korn's,
skinheads at those shows, like
for sure,
because Korn was just like new. There was no audience. There wasn't like this audience of dudes in Adidas pants and stuff. It was like guys that like Motorhead and guys that liked rap music and guys, you know, it was like Rage Against the Machine fans. It was just all these different people were showing up because there was no scene.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine at like this album coming out at that time, pardon me, and thinking like who's picking it up and liking it other than like those people that you mentioned, like kind of skinhead, like skid people in general, like, you know, because it's not really metal. It's almost not even new metal in the way that we kind of like think about new metal as this sort of like rap rock kind of like hybrid thing. Like it's not this. Korn did more of that later. This is kind of not really that. Like this is almost like a mix of like metal and grunge in some ways. Like it's funny that Korn talks in some of the interviews I read about how they were like trying to distance themselves from grunge, but I feel like in the way that it's recorded and like some of the tracks, like it does owe something to grunge, you know, and it's coming out in 94. So of course it's going to have some kind of influence on it. But it's hard for me to imagine someone hearing this, which probably sounded so different from everything, and being like, yeah, this is cool. Like, this is good. This is what I want, you know?
I mean, I think the thing that grabbed me first, the very first thing I heard, you know, Blind was cool and everything. And I heard it and I was like, listen to that song again. That's pretty fun, you know? But right after Blind, they go into this thing that kind of sounds like Cypress Hill. And I was like a huge Cypress Hill fan. So
right.
that is the thing that I could tie Korn to, right? Was like, I was looking at Korn as like, that's why I think I thought of them as rap rock in a way. Cause I remember saying like, telling my dad saying like, you know, every band out there right now owes a debt of gratitude to Pink Floyd and the Beatles. And I was like, not my favorite bands. They owe more to Cypress Hill and the great rappers of our time. Okay. And Pantera. So just, you shut your mouth, Dad.
I do feel like this album would totally have been a generational touchstone of something that like no parent would have liked this.
My dad hated
like there's
it.
Just of course, right? Like I mean that had to be part of the appeal in that, yeah, like if you were an older parent at the time that this album came out, like this is the exact type of music that I think people would conjure in their mind of like, yeah, my kids listen to this absolute garbage. I can't even understand how they like this.
It sounds like loud and muddy and just...
It sounds so muddy. Like there's nothing in it to grab onto, you know? Like I feel like when I was listening to like Green Day and Weezer and stuff like that, like my parents didn't love that either, but there's enough to grab onto there where you can be like, okay, well, this is sort of influenced by like the Clash and the Ramones and like what, you know, people can kind of get that. And Weezer was sort of like the Cars and stuff like that. And another sort of like 80s pop. And this has none of that. There's nothing in here where if you're like a parent, you're like, well, I don't really love like all of this, but like that one part I kind of like. There's nothing, zero. And then of course, like all the language that's in it, you know, there's tons of like homophobic slurs and not even homophobic. Well, I guess they are homophobic slurs, even though Jonathan Davis was like, you know, lamenting that they were being yelled at him. And he even says in one of the interviews, he's like, yeah, the songs on the record where I talk about that, it's like, I never saw the big deal in like being gay. Like what if I was gay? Like who cares? You know, like I think that's what he's like trying to get at, but it's pretty abrasive to listen to in 2019, even where you hear some of the and not even the homophobic language. There's just so many like fucks and, you know, stuff. And you're just like, oh boy, like he has that one, what song is that? I think it might be Need To, where he's just like, fuck.
Yeah, I love that song. That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, and you're like,
my parents. My dad hated it because, like, he was like, they can't even play their instruments, which is such a funny parent thing to say. Like, they can't even play because that's like sort of the fundamental difference between me and him is that he kind of likes that virtuoso stuff, and I hate it, and I hate people that can play their instruments. I think they stink. Like I mostly just listen to punk and this stuff. So
Right.
This was like kind of mind blowing to me. And I just remember my dad hated the bass in this stuff.
Of course.
And that was like,
how could you not?
All I cared. That's what I loved. Like I was sort of like, I think Korn was really the gateway to get me into Primus too. I wanted to be a bass player for a period of time because I love the bass on these albums. I'd never heard a bass guitar, you know, I'd never picked it out above anything else in music until Korn. And then I was like, holy shit, you know, the bass is like the coolest instrument, you know?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. And what I think is funny is I actually feel like they play really well. Like, it's a funny thing to be like, these guys don't even know how to play their instruments. And it's like, oh, and who does? The Beatles?
Yeah.
Like, they don't know, like they're playing like simple like chord progressions, Ringo Starr's like absolutely rudimentary drummer. Like, obviously they wrote amazing songs.
Nursery rhyme ass shit. I'll say
yeah,
it.
I'm not trying to say I'm not trying to say that they're bad musicians, obviously, either, but it's like, it's such a funny argument to be like, well, these guys don't even know how to play their instruments, and they're playing like extremely complicated like chord progressions. The drumming is insanely fast and difficult to play. Like, yeah, Fieldy is, I mean, well, I have a problem with his bass playing, but you know, yeah, like you said, it's like nothing else. No one else was really doing that aside from, Les Claypool at the time. So it just like is such a weird thing to be like, oh, well, they don't even know how to play their instruments. It's like, well, I actually feel like this would be extremely hard to play for a lot of people. Like, it's not easy.
Well, I'll say that Fieldy, I don't think he's like a great bass player or anything. I just like the way he just hits the thing. It's great. Right. It's great to watch. It's fun to watch. And I don't know. I think being able to hear the bass in the song is so cool, especially in metal, for sure. You know?
Yeah, no, I think so too. And Fieldy has an amazing quote in the interview we're about to read here, but we'll talk I want to talk a little bit more about Chutes and Ladders because it is so funny. Like, that's the other thing too. I think you can really appreciate, and it was the same thing with Significant Other. When you're, you know, I mean, I was 13, 14, 15 listening to this album. Like, I never thought about the lyrics ever. I'm just not a lyrics guy. We talked about that in the first episode. Like, it just, whatever they said, I was like, cool. And Jonathan Davis like scats on this, and I would like scat along with him, you know, making up whatever he's saying, you know, whatever. I didn't give a shit. Like, and so it's just so funny now as a 33-year-old man to like look back and be like, yeah, they just had a song where it starts out with a minute and a half of bagpipes for some reason. And then, because Jonathan Davis knows how to play them, so they're just like, okay, well, he knows how to play them, so we'll put them on here.
That was a huge deal live, though. In the early days,
sure.
In the very early days when they were playing these like dingy rock clubs, a guy coming out with bagpipes was fucking crazy.
Was it cool, or were people like, what is going on?
No, people loved it because he played Lowrider, and they would play Jump Around with them, you know, with the little, you know, so it was cool. Everybody was super excited about it. And like, I remember telling my dad, I was like, this guy can play fucking bagpipes, man. What are you talking about? You know?
Yeah, but it's so weird. So it starts, and then they basically recite nursery rhymes, and then that's the whole song, essentially. And what I love is like some of the quotes about it are just so funny because Jonathan Davis literally says like, yeah, I just wrote this because it's crazy. Like, when you look back on like nursery rhymes, like they're about some like dark stuff. Like, they're like Baba Black Sheep is like racist, and London Bridge is about the Black Plague, and like these are some really dark things, and like no one talks about it. I'm like, yeah, no one talks about it because no one cares. Yes. No one gives a shit. Like, the chorus of the song is so funny where he's like, look at the words that cause all this evil. What evil? No one was reciting Baba Black Sheep, and then it was like, well, now we're all racist because we've been saying Baba Black. Like, it was just such a weird, like, how tripped out or whatever do you have to be sitting in the studio and be like, you know, have you guys ever thought about it? Like, nursery rhymes are like pretty fucked up. Let's write a song about that. I mean, that's pretty fucked.
It's programming our brains when we're kids. It's making me racist over here.
All 6 dudes were just like, Yep, that's like for sure. I mean, Jonathan Davis was 23 when they recorded the album. So like 23, you're like peak, like cool, you know, that's when you think you're like the coolest person on earth. You're like invincible. And he's just like probably high on meth in the studio. Like, man, these nursery rhymes are fucking dark.
Yeah.
Like, let's get in there. Can we talk about this? Not enough people are talking about this. And then Head's like, you're right, man. Why does no one talk about this? You should sing about it. Ross Robinson's like, yeah, I get, yeah. Could you play the bagpipes on this? I probably could. And then somehow we have this song. Like, it's so bad.
It's the worst song. I mean, it was really good in the pit back then. You know, like
sure.
That was the knick-knack, paddywhack. Like that was like
right when the song like breaks down where it's knick knack paddywhack give a dog a bomb.
That was where people went like absolutely ape shit because you know that was a lot of people's favorite song because a lot of people are idiots. You know, like it's just like,
especially those who listen to Korn.
So many people are dumb, just like Jonathan Davis, which sort of makes Chutes and Ladders a perfect song because there are also so many people that you would be like, some of these nursery rhymes are really dark, and they're like, word, yeah, I know, I heard that. Like, it's crazy. Yeah. Racism, you know, it's fucked up, you know, we gotta stop.
Why does the
stuff.
sheep have to be black? Why does it have to be black? Why can't it be purple? Why isn't it Baba purple sheep? Okay, this is crazy.
It's like nobody even, it's hard for me to say because I guess like if you were a child of the 60s or whatever, Jonathan Davis was 70s, they probably did 70s, read nursery rhymes back then because that was like all there was, I guess. It was like the only books. But like now people don't even think about nursery rhymes.
No.
My kid's never heard a nursery rhyme unless she's been in the car when I played Chutes and Ladders, which just shows that Jonathan Davis is putting that darkness out in the world anyway. It's like,
yeah, exactly. That was the only way I knew the nursery rhymes. It was like, whoa, this has a really kind of cool sing-songy vibe to it. I wonder if they came up with this. Then I start looking up, whoa, these are racist. And he's talking about this. And a song earlier, he was saying Faget a bunch of times. I don't know about this Jonathan Davis guy. This is really something.
It's a fucking mess.
It is a really like it's funny when you start to dig into the songs as well, because basically every song on the album is about getting bullied or being insanely high on drugs. That's the only songs that there are. They named a song after how your dick gets small when you do meth. They're just like, yeah, helmet in the bush. That's what it looks like when I'm super high and I can't get it up.
Yeah, I didn't know that was what the song was about. You blew my fucking mind. Yeah, I never even thought about it.
Yeah,
helmet in the bush.
That's here's the direct quote. Davis said that helmet in the bush is about meth. It's about when you do meth and you look down at your dick and it's literally a helmet in the bush.
Been there.
Basically, it's what happens when you do too much drugs and your girl want to get with you and you got some man problems down below. Just another reason not to do drugs, children, Fieldy elaborated.
Oh my God, they're so dumb.
They're so dumb. Well, let's get into how dumb they are. So every month, every time we look at an album, we're gonna pick up an article and read it. A crazy article, and normally we're going to try and focus on an article from that time period, but this came out in 94. The internet wasn't really around, so this is actually an oral history of the recording of the album just before Korn did their 20-year anniversary tour in 2014. So this is from Rolling Stone in 2014, and it's an oral history from all 5 members of Korn and Ross Robinson, the producer, about the album. And just some truly absurd quotes in here. And the thing I love about it is we're 20 years past the making of this album, and some of the shit that they say is just truly absurd.
Yeah.
And I want to start with Fieldy. So we've talked about, I do think, pardon me, Fieldy might be one of the dumbest people on earth. Like for Fieldy, if he did not get into this rock band, it was going to be a real problem for him in life. I'm not going to say what jobs he may or may not have had. They just weren't going to be good.
No.
I'll tell you that right now. And so his quote, this is literally the first thing he says in the oral history here in Rolling Stone. When I would want to slap my bass, I wanted it to sound like it was being slapped. I didn't want it to sound like a bass. I wanted it to sound like if you slapped a string. I don't even like bass, to tell you the truth. It makes me nauseous. This is in 2014. Fieldy. Bass makes me nauseous. The instrument I played that has made me filthy rich.
Yeah. I mean, it can make you nauseous. It'll like make you feel a little bit weird sometimes if you get hit with it really hard, you know? Hit with that really big bass and you're like, ooh, God, it feels like my heart's beating weird now. And then you get freaked out and you got to go step out of the pit because you did too many drugs before you went to the concert.
So yeah, that was a really great way to kick it off, where Fieldy's just like, yeah, whatever. I wanted it to sound like I was hitting it. It's like, well,
I like that.
Guess what? If you hit it, that is what it sounds like.
I love that you can hear the strings clacking on the guitar. I that's like my favorite thing. I think that is one of the things that really drew me to Korn, was like hearing Fielding's strings slap the guitar. It sounds like they're not even tuned or strung there. They just like are hanging there, and he's just whipping the guitar with them, and I love it.
Yeah, it was always funny to watch him play live, because it certainly does not look like he's playing the instrument properly. Like, that's where your dad would have an argument, where he's just like watching a Korn concert and Fieldy's just there like, and you're like, okay, well, this isn't anything. What is happening right now? He's not even doing the thing properly.
Like, I mean, imagine if they needed somebody to play a real bass. They'd probably be in trouble, but they didn't. They just had him.
That's all they needed. My next favorite quote is from Ross Robinson, the producer. Pretty good. This is another great quote that just shows you how much everybody really knew what was going on when this was happening. Ross Robinson. I didn't know what the hell I was doing at all. Laughs. When I didn't know the answer to something, I would go to the bathroom and put my head on the floor and ask for help until I got this chill in my body. Then I would go out and have all the answers and know what to do.
I've been there. I kind of understand what he's getting at there a little bit. Like, there's been a lot of times where I've had to like just walk out of the room and be like, all right, I'm just out, and then come in and I'm able to do stuff. I mean, I wasn't doing technical stuff. I'm just doing content. So that's a little bit different thing. He probably should have read a manual or something instead of going in the bathroom and putting his head on the floor. But I get what he's putting out there.
I sort of get what he's putting out there, but it's just like a funny, like, he's obviously just trying to like be funny and be self-deprecating, but it's just a weird, like, yeah, all I had to do was I just put my head on the bathroom floor, and then I knew everything of what to do, and it was totally fine.
But the amount of money he was probably getting at the time, because they were signed,
totally,
you know, somebody was paying for that. They were just like, fuck it, you know, I'll whatever, do whatever you got to do, Ross Robinson.
Yeah, no, exactly. And they talk a lot about, you know, how he was really trying to like get vocal performances out of Jonathan Davis and everything like that. And he would just, you know, really push Jonathan's buttons and like get it going on. And then they have a whole great section where they talk about Ross Robinson trying to feed them wheatgrass shots, that he was like a super healthy guy. And he'd be like, okay, guys, I'll be honest. I saw last night you were doing a shit ton of meth. It'd probably be good if you took a shot of this wheatgrass. I think that would really clean everything. It's smart. It's really good because, yeah, they recorded this album in a house in the forest, apparently. And so I guess the label's whole plan was like, hey, we'll put Korn in the forest. They're going to go out. They're going to get this album done. There are no distractions. And then they're just like, yeah, we just invited people there every day and just had massive parties. And it like really didn't matter. It wasn't a problem. We just partied every minute.
Yeah. And I'll say this about the wheatgrass thing. When I'm on tour and I'm just doing drugs and eating bad food for 10 days, you know, and smoking and just the worst human being possible on the road. Like on like the last 2 days, sometimes it'll just be like, let's go get a green smoothie today. Actually,
yeah, no, for sure.
Let's get our bodies back together, get it healthy again.
Just one smoothie and we're good. That's all you need, baby. One smoothie recharges the whole tank. It's all good.
So wheatgrass makes sense. I might do wheatgrass next time. David in that article says the wheatgrass made him go crazy, like he loved it.
Yeah, of course. And that's
what
we're
going to get to.
We're going to get to David. I know you hate David, and so this is a good quote from Jonathan.
I don't hate him now.
Okay, I thought you said you
too,
hated
a little bit. I hated him like a tiny bit.
Well, because Jonathan says, I remember that moment. He's talking about recording Daddy. He's like, I remember that moment when I came out of there and I was fucking sobbing. My whole band was crying. They just all hugged me and shit. It was a crazy fucking experience. It was the good old days, dude. We were all a band of brothers. We were like the fucking Three Musketeers. Everybody was there for all their parts. Now we got families and shit and we're grown up and everybody comes and does their parts and leaves. But at that point, the whole band was there. Except for David. He was never there. He always did his parts and bailed.
Yeah. I mean, that is the thing. I don't think it doesn't seem like, I just listened to an hour interview with him and some guy from a band called Band of Wolves or some shit like that. I don't know what it was. It was a real weird podcast that wasn't very good. And David was just the least charismatic person I've ever heard on. I've had people on my podcast that were like impossible to talk to.
Yeah, but been there.
David seemed like the most impossible person to talk to in the whole world. And I just really felt for the host in that one. But
and it was just the host and David?
Yeah, it was just the host and David. The host was the lead singer of a band.
Oh, yeah. Because David seems like the guy who'd just be like, he'd be like, so, Korn, like, you guys, tell me about that recording experience or whatever. Like, they could be talking about the album. Like, tell me about what it was like to record that. I'd be like, I don't know, it was good.
I'm not here to talk about Korn. That's
Did he
like
say
a real
that?
David move. No, he didn't do that, but it would have been fun because he knows he has to be there to talk about Korn now.
Well, he hasn't done anything since Korn. So what?
Okay, now let me just read this real quick from the article, which I cut out. Silvera, who left the group in 2006, won't be rejoining the band for the occasion, but he is currently working on getting a wider release for Echoes and Traces, the debut from his alt metal project, Infinica. So he's doing great right now. He's got Infinica going. That album, it's funny because that album went triple platinum since this article was written, and that's all people are talking about right now.
Yeah, of course, Infinica, and everybody knows it and they love it. And I think people do think that when they listen to new metal, they're like, I really like Follow the Leader, but I just can't help but think that drummer's probably got some good ideas himself. I think he's being held back. I can hear the way he's playing the drums. I'm a drummer, okay? And no, drummers should never have solo projects. That's nothing. That doesn't, even Tommy Lee, he's like the most famous, like at least maybe not most famous, but most celebrity drummer of all. Even his solo project, people were like, no thanks.
Oh, you mean Methods of Mayhem, the album we'll definitely talk about on this show someday?
Correct, yeah. Get Naked, baby. We have to talk about it.
Come on, baby, make it hot. It was, he comes off like a massive dick. And like the more I listened to about him, the more it was just like, oh, fuck this guy, because I think what happened was we get to about 2006. The band's been going for like 12 years, and it's definitely on it seems they're on the down road.
I think they've been on the down road for some time in 2006.
Yeah. So
when did Untouchables come out? 2004? 2003?
I can look. Yeah,
because Untouchables felt like the last kind of time that people were aware of Korn.
Right. So he figured, I might as well just get out of here. This thing's going to turn into like a new metal nostalgia act, and they're just going to go around and do the things. But they like kind of pushed through and came out on the other end and made a few like good moves, made a few good albums, and ended up being a legendary band. And he wants back in. Like he so clearly wants back in. I read a couple of things where like so basically when him and Head were out of the band, he called Head like during the year that Head was out of the band, and he's like, "Hey man, we should try to get back in Korn again." Had to be the weirdest. Like, what a weird conversation to have. Like, hey man, let's try to get back into Korn again. And
And Head's like, I can get back in at any time. Like they like me. It's no problem. I still see Monkey like every day. I can get back in anytime.
Right. I don't know what because then David is a prick and he goes like this. And then a year later, Head's back in the band, even after he said some pretty nasty things about the other guys to me on the phone that day. And it's like, okay, that's why I don't like you, man. He's an unlikable person.
Yeah, he's unlikable.
When he left Korn, he was like, I'm gonna like either model or be a restaurateur. And it's like, oh fuck you, man. Just go away forever. Nobody wants him back. Like that's the funny thing. And then he sued them, and then they sued him. It's just incredible. He seems sleazy to me a little bit, very dumb, which Korn hit when he was 20. So I can see that he probably never learned a single thing after that day.
Yeah, especially like playing the instrument where you just hit stuff. Yeah. I mean, Korn had two guys that just hit stuff, him and Fieldy, but they did great.
He probably hasn't like opened a book.
No.
Or like he probably doesn't watch the news. He probably doesn't go on the internet. He probably has no idea of anything except for this band he's in, which is
that he's not in anymore.
Well, no, he's probably still new one now.
Oh, right, yeah, but he's probably still collecting enough royalties too off of the old Korn.
They cut his ass off. They cut him off. So what happened was, this is great because I listened to some shitty YouTube person lay out this court case. What happened was he sued them for royalties on the new shit, right?
Oh, that he didn't even play on?
Yeah, but he's like, I made Korn, so I was there when we made Korn. And
that's hilarious.
So they were like, fine, we'll settle with you. They wrote up a contract and they settled with them. And this motherfucker went behind their back and tried to go to their publishing company and bill them for more money, which then ended up being a breach of contract. And they took him to court and they cut him off forever.
Wow. I mean, that's incredible.
It fucking rocks, man.
So you got to be so dumb. And the thing is, like, he's just not a good enough drummer. Like, you don't like in this genre, you don't have to be a standout drummer in nu metal. Like, I was just talking about this the other day with a friend of mine. Like, screamo was such an interesting genre because every record label decided that you had to have an absolute pistol of a drummer if you wanted to be a screamo band. And like every other band, every other like musical genre, it's not so like, obviously metal have amazing drummers, but like for whatever reason, there were so many screamo bands where you'd see them live and like the other four dudes all looked like you would expect screamo dudes to look like. And then the drummer would be like 6 years older and like clearly didn't care about anything, like wouldn't even really be like rocking out to the songs. They were just so smooth and steady and great players. For whatever reason, screamo, we decided, hey, we got to have a top level drummer or this band's not going to work. Nu metal did not require that, even though Limp Bizkit had one. John Otto's an unbelievably good drummer. But David, there's nothing about his playing where you're like, okay, we have to keep him in this band. Like there's just nothing. And it was really funny reading that Rolling Stone article. There was a section where Ross Robinson was talking about, he's like, I thought David's drumming was really critical to our success because he followed the vocals. They're like, he was like, he would lock in on what Jonathan was doing and would play along to the vocals. And so it gave Korn a different sound. And I was like, well, first of all, that's just simply not true. You just can't play drums along to vocals. That just isn't true. Second of all, if he was playing to the vocals, it's because playing to Fieldy was impossible. Because Fieldy's doing shit that makes no sense. Like usually a rhythm section is a rhythm section. Fieldy had no rhythm whatsoever. Like we said, he just was hitting the guitar and hoping for the best.
Yeah, I love it.
So yeah, of course, it's fine, but you're just, as a drummer, you have nothing. So he was like, I mean, he was getting into the pocket of these songs, but it was way more based on the guitar riffs to say like, oh man, he just followed the vocals and that's what made him so special. It's like, no, fuck off. That doesn't even make sense. What are you talking about? Anyone can play David's parts on any of the albums. There's nothing special about him as a drummer. So for him to be like, I made Korn and I'm the guy, I mean, it's just hilarious.
Well, that was another interesting thing on the interview I listened to with him today was the dude that's interviewing was like, man, brother, you had 2 restaurants. You were a model. It's like, are you just a guy with a mind for the business? And he was like, yeah. When we got our first record deal offers, I was the one that picked which one we were going to do. I was like, God damn. Like, he just feels pathetic, like in a weird way. Like maybe they said, hey, David, which one of these record deals do you want to take? But I bet you they were all like, they were saying, you are a guy in the band. Why not give your input? Not you're solely deciding which label we sign with.
Yeah, right.
I also remember a funny story about David is that like, when I was 15, 16 years old, I like really cared about autographs. It was a very weird. I guess all kids do, it's like a weird
thing. Kid. Yeah, totally. 100%.
But like, I got Jonathan Davis's autograph and I got.
Oh, did he sign it HIV?
Yeah, he said, I have it. I think I still have it downstairs. Yes. He signed it HIV.
Amazing.
And, I got Fieldy's and, incidentally, I gave Stephen Carpenter a cigarette and he signed my pack of cigarettes, but I don't have it anymore.
That's awesome.
But like David, at one point, we were seeing him live, and David was walking into a place called Savage Tan, which was a tanning salon. And because I saw him walking into his tanning salon, I was like, I don't want his fucking autograph. I don't give a shit. Because I was just like some hillbilly kid. I was like, dudes don't tan. What's wrong with you, man?
He had to look good in those wife beaters, baby.
Right. There was something, maybe it was also everybody had good names. John Davis isn't very cool, but Jonathan Davis is very cool. And he went by Jonathan, and right. Monkey, Head, Fieldy. And then he was just David. It was just like, whatever. Dude.
You just imagine them like introducing themselves like, hey, I'm Jonathan. Hey, Fieldy. Hey, I'm Head. Hey, I'm Monkey. Hey, I'm Dave.
Well, that was another thing I wanted to bring up about the interviews. So I'm listening to this interview, right? And they're all cutting up. They're having the best time. Felt so bad for the interviewer. They were not respectful of the interviewer's time at all, and they did not give a shit about the interviewer.
Is this a recent one or from around this time?
Oh, this is Family Values tour time.
Okay, so 98.
So when they like launched Family Values, it was after the first tour, right?
Okay.
And he's asking them all these questions and then asking them to rephrase the question and answer, which I hate when people do because we've had to do stuff like this. But I actually respect the person who's doing the interview, and I like do what they ask me to do, and I answer the questions in a respectful way because I'm not an asshole. And they kind of wouldn't do that. But there was this part where they were all. So they asked, "What was the coolest part of this tour?" And everybody in the band, starts talking. Oh, man. There was this night, it was Halloween night. We all dressed like hair metal guys and we like did a hair metal thing and it was so fun. And we did all the moves and the solos and stuff like that. It was like the best night. And while they're talking, not even after they're talking, they're all talking at the same time about it. And David is sitting sort of in the front and he's going like this. I thought it was really neat when we got to perform Children of the Corn with Ice Cube. And it was just like, you don't have anything to do with these people. Like they don't even like you. You're like fucking talking about one thing. Everybody else had like this great moment and you're like, you had
this was
cooler. Great moment than everybody else. That should show you something about yourself, David.
He was in NWA, and I don't know if you guys know that, but like they were like a pretty big rap group, and like it's cool. Yeah,
and unfortunately, what they do talk about recording with Ice Cube and and Fieldy feels comfortable dropping the N-bomb. But
oh, good. Of course he does. I mean, like that is the least surprising news to me.
It was the respectful way of saying it, but it was still kind of like, God damn, dude, come on. You're not allowed to say that.
But he would, like, I think that Fieldy thinks that he can. Like, I think that he's like, I legitimately think he's thought about it and been like, it's fine if I say this. Like, Ice Cube's my friend. It's cool.
It's also funny because the interviewer was like, was there any racial tension at this thing? And they're like, no, shut up. No, they love us. If they hated white people, they wouldn't have us there. And I was like, okay, guys. This is all so weird to me.
No, it was cool. It was just me and a bunch of my ends hanging out. Just like racial tension. What are you talking about?
Well, he said, I'm going to be clear. He said they got drunk. He said, they got me all drunk on Hennessy and they got me all high. And then they started saying this ends crazy. But he said it. He was referring to himself. I think he felt like it was okay. But again, This is the band that also sang Faget, where they also felt okay just yelling that. Yeah. And they still feel okay saying
it's, you know, it's problematic.
That's the guys, you know, hey, I'm a problematic guy too. That's the kind of guy I am. I'm doing a show on Shock Jocks. I'm fine with problematic. I find them to be like, it's weird. I have always wanted to meet them like my whole life and just tell them like, you know, you really helped me through some dark times, even though I don't think they like really helped me through any dark times. I don't think I've ever had any truly dark times.
Right.
Where I was listening to Korn.
Likewise. Like no one has.
And maybe my darkest times, I probably listened to OK Computer or the Mars Volta. Those were kind of my dark time stuff.
Sure.
But you guys, you know, I would still tell them that they helped me through dark times, of course. But now, after watching like a few interviews and listening to them and also just listening to the first album, I don't think I want to meet the guys, man. I would rather just like have in my mind that they're extremely cool guys because like, you know, I got a picture in my phone of Jonathan Davis holding Pickle Rick in his hand. And it's just, I don't want them to ruin this for me.
No, that's fair. They definitely seem like the type of guys that like, if you know them, they're probably fun to be around and they're like cool. But if you don't know them, they think you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, they're probably grating as hell. I did find out that House of Pain and Biohazard treated them poorly.
Yeah,
I
saw
tour
that too, yeah.
In that article. And guess who says that? David, the guy that nobody likes, is probably just they probably
thought he was a narc or
bad.
Something. Yeah, exactly. Everyone treated him badly, and he's like, "Wow, they were really mean to me. Why is every band we play with mean to me?"
They probably were like nice to everybody else in the band, but he would come in the room and they'd be like, "Get the fuck out of here, man! You're stupid. I hate you."
It got so bad for David that he started to think that Faget was about him.
Yeah.
It like propagated in his own. He's like, I'm getting bullied a lot. This is actually, I'm really feeling this when we play it.
He deserves it, though. That's my feeling. So, Labia.
You know, so cool this is what I'm going to say. Okay, I got a couple hot takes about the start of this album here. So today we had an exchange on Twitter where you said there's a song on this album you always skip. And I don't recall ever skipping a song when I listen to it. And I have to say, for me, today, re-listening to the album, Labia, I could skip it.
Ugh, that's a horrible point. You're really messed. There's an album on every Deftones out. There's actually a song on every Deftones album I'd skip. On White Pony, it's Elite.
Yeah, Elite is bad. I always skip it. On self-titled, it's Lucky You.
Yeah,
for sure.
Elite is a fucking terrible song.
It's a really bad song.
Yeah, no, it is not Labia. I like Labia. I think it's a very cool sounding song.
Then that's fair. So here's my second hot take. So because I always think a lot of people compare Deftones to Radiohead. That gets the kind of like, you know, because Radiohead's like the thinking man's indie and Deftones are like the thinking man's metal. So you kind of get this like Deftones are the Radiohead of new metal kind of thing. And so to me, Mascara is like is there like everything in its right place. Like I can remember when I listened to Kid A for the first time, because obviously like OK Computer had some like leanings towards like where they're going to end up on Kid A, but no one obviously was expecting it to be as crazy as Kid A. And then on Kid A, first song of the album, all you hear is just this like, and you're like, what is going on here? This isn't a guitar. I've never heard this song before. And it's like Radiohead being like, yeah, this is what we do now, so fucking get into it. And for me, that's like Mascara. Mascara is like the Deftones. They're like, yeah, we got the first song on the album, we just yell shove it a bunch of times, which is cool as shit. You're gonna mosh to it, you're gonna yell it at your stepdad, happy birthday. Then Labia's like Chino's screaming the whole time, it's super aggressive. Abe's drumming, killing it. You're like, oh, this is everything I loved about Adrenaline. Hell yeah, I'm fucking pumped. And then you just hear boo doo 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 doo, and it's like the slowest song ever. And you're like, oh, okay. And then Deftones are like, this is what we do now. We're just giving you like a little preview. This is where we're going. And then that obviously happened later on with White Pony and everything.
John, I got to tell you, with Mascara, I've cried to that song in my life. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So I was pretty sure that song was about every single girlfriend that I ever had.
Of course, because you married them all. It's too bad that they're married to you. Yeah.
Well, you know what though? Like even after I was with my wife, I've been with my wife for almost 20 years, or for 20 years, I believe now. Oh, I'm fairly certain 20 years. I've been with my wife for 20 years.
It's okay. She's not going to listen to this.
No, well, I don't know. She started listening to Street Fight, and I was like, oh, geez, I say some stuff about you on there, don't? But
it's for the business, babe.
Yeah. Well, you know what she does? She does book the concerts and stuff, and the better it goes for her, the better it goes for us, the closer she is to being able to quit her job. So,
hell yeah.
I would think about that song. That song really like was one of those things that made me think about the way I treated her, even where it was like, yeah, it is too bad you're married to me because I am a real fucking pain in the ass. So I always like that song. I don't know why, but I really like that line where he says, you have weak wrists, but I'll keep you. And I also think that like an album needs to ebb and flow for me, because I don't like metal very much. True heavy metal shit. You know, I don't listen to like Gwar or like Lamb of God or, you know, these bands that are just like fucking all heavy all the time, just constant nonstop noise.
Yeah.
And I really liked the fact that they went heavy for 2 songs, just incredibly heavy, and then slowed it down for a second, and then go to Around the Fur, which is another incredibly heavy song with the best drums ever in it.
Yeah, the drum part to that is like something I love, especially when you're learning drums. Like when I was younger, when you're learning drums, having a cool drum part that you can also play pretty easily is just such a gift. And like that beginning of Around the Fur is just, it's pretty easy to play. Like once you know how to like kick a bass drum effectively, it's real easy to play, but it sounds so cool. And just the like on the hi-hat, it's just, it's beautiful, man. I love it. And yeah, you're totally right. It's a great song.
So then Around the Fur is also about, you know, the ladies' private stuff. I'm positive of that, you know?
I mean, I don't know. It's not as on the nose as Labia, but I mean, they're definitely, I think that's what they're indicating, Brian. I'm going to agree with you on that.
I don't like it. I can't believe my favorite bands, My favorite album by my favorite band for a very long time was This Horny, because I am pretty well, I was horny back then. I'm not gonna lie. There was a time where I was always horny all the time. I'm just 40 now, and I'm like, let's keep the fucking dick and cum talk, somewhere else. And then I bring it up on every podcast. So
yeah, it's an interesting, pardon me, they kind of slow it down with Mascara, but they give it back to you with Around the Fur and Rickets. And that's the song you don't like, right?
I hate that song. I think that song sucks. So there is not a single redeeming value to that song.
Really?
Chino doesn't sing at all in it.
No, but he does say that he drinks too much and he does some other stuff too much.
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that drum part. I don't like the singing part. It's so, it's annoying. It's like a really annoying song. I can't believe, I honestly, that's another, it's like Elite, even though, me and you are actually wrong about Elite in that it won a Grammy, which maybe makes us right.
That makes us right.
Yeah. but that song is just it's difficult to listen to. It's bad for the ears, and it really feels like they had put Damone there.
Yeah.
The hidden track on the album, Damone, put that there. That's a good song.
Yeah.
Ricketts, put it at the end of the album because nobody will ever want to hear that song. It's bad.
The thing, I understand. I'm not saying Ricketts is a great song, but I do think there's something about the lead from Ricketts into Be Quiet and Drive that really works for me. I feel like it's the way that the song is structured. It's so heavy and the drums are so heavy that it makes that beginning, kind of serene guitar note on Be Quiet and Drive. It makes it pop even more for me, I think. And I think that Be Quiet and Drive, Lotion, and Die the Flu is the best 3-song stretch on any Deftones album, I think.
Lotion was, obviously the first stuff I heard. And it's odd when they did that, when they actually did the Lotion thing, when they released 30 seconds of Lotion, they just really released a random part of it. It wasn't it was a mid-verse part of the song.
Sure.
And we're all standing there trying to figure out what this is, and you're like, man, I don't know. I'm a little nervous about this, but it kind of rocks, At least we got to hear it. But once you got the whole thing together, I thought it was really good. I think those 3 songs are really good, but I think Die the Flu is my favorite Deftones song, period. I got a couple that would be in contention with it, but I used to listen to for skipping Ricketts, I would get to Die the Flu, and I would sometimes just hit back and listen to it again when it was done.
That's fair. I mean, yeah, Die the Flu has so much good, it's such a good, quiet, loud song. The drumming in that is incredible. The chorus part is, Abe is such an underrated drummer. He's so good, and he really hits it there, and I love it. I think, yeah, for me, it's one of their top songs. Absolutely. Be Quiet and Drive for me has got to be the best song on this album, but Die the Flu is right there for me. And then overall, I probably got to throw Bored and Minerva and I don't know, Digital Bath. So that's probably my top 5.
I'll name my top 5 right now. It is Teething.
Oh,
5.
okay.
I'm starting at 5.
Okay.
Not Teething is my least out of my 5. But then I really like I like let me see here. I got to look at some of the track lists because Root.
Yeah, Root's great.
4. Boy, do I have a gross thing about that. It's not something that I should tell, but I would if you think I should. It is gross, though. It is. I got to tell you, my Root story is bad. So
I think you can't say that, and then the listeners will be horrified if you don't tell the story, I feel.
All right, here we go. So, like, back when I first started dating my wife, not first started, we was together for a year or two. Whenever I did, like, oral, I had heard that you should hum while you're doing it, and I always hummed that opening guitar riff when I was doing oral pleasure to my wife.
It's funny for many reasons, but the one that is getting me is like, it kind of makes sense for giving oral. Like, it's kind of got that sort of beat of like you could imagine humming the song while also like sticking your tongue out, just
well, we don't have to like do the other mechanics, but the hum.
That is incredible, and I will never listen to that song again. So thank you very much for that.
So I've done teething, root, Fi Real or for real at the end of Adrenaline, because I was at a concert one time, and during that song, before he says no fist to fucking save you from, where he goes into that, a guy fucking hit me in the back of the neck, and I went blind for 2 minutes, and I just kind of stood there and just kept moshing until I got my eyesight back, which was neat, and I'll never forget it. And the song fucking rocks. And then 2 is probably I'm trying to think of like what would, because a lot of these are off of White Pony. I have to like kind of look at the albums to remember, but I have one off of White Pony that I really love. And then number 1 is Die the Flu for sure. Oh, Digital Bath.
Yeah, that was also in my top 5 for sure. Digital Bath is awesome.
I mean, Digital Bath is such a great fucking song. Knife Party is such a great song, but those aren't on this album. I just think I think like I think Die the Flu is just a good example. First of all, Die the Flu is the it's Adrenaline and Around the Fur. It is, and it's like the connective tissue between Around the Fur, Adrenaline, and White Pony.
Right.
You can hear all 3 of those albums in that one song.
Yeah, I think there was an interesting, I was reading, I always do some reading about the bands around this time when we get ready to do the shows. And it was interesting because someone had written like a review of Around the Fur, and they were talking about how they're like, yeah, like Chino screams a lot on this album, but he also sings a lot on this album. And you have to assume that White Pony happened because the Deftones band members were like, shit, it sounds like really good when you sing.
It does, but White Pony was a fight though, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. But I just think like Die the Flu for me, you could see that being a song where the band would sit around and go, okay, yeah, Chino needs to sing more and scream less, because it's because he's really pushing himself on the chorus of the song, and it sounds so good and it fits so well with the rhythm section. And I'm just thrilled you like it so much, because it's always been one of my favorite Deftones songs, and I feel like people don't really talk about it when it comes to favorite songs. So we're continuing our trend of both. Whenever we do a top 5, you and I always have 2 the same and 3 different.
Yeah, well, Die the Flu is so good. That's a crazy good song. I've always really liked it. The next song's Head Up. I like Head Up. I think it kicks ass, and I can play it on guitar. I took guitar lessons for like 3 months at one point, but I was a roofer, so I missed most of my lessons. So I did learn Head Up because it's very easy to play.
Sure, yeah.
And I enjoy it, and Max Cavalera is a king.
Yeah.
I believe to be a king.
Fun song. And then you have MX, where Chino actually sings the lyric Pussy, which is incredible, which I wasn't ready for. I completely forgot about that part. And the fact that like the first verse, if you just read it, it's not good. I'm going to be honest with you. You're so sweet, your smile, your pussy and your bones. You're on fire, you move me like music with your style.
That's not the lyric. I'm going to tell you something right now. First of all, you said there was a story about Head Up.
For me?
I thought you said there was a
you're
story
right,
behind the making of Head
it was
Up,
just
and I was
that
curious.
Sepultura like broke up because Max Cavalera's stepson died in a car accident, and then so they recorded Head Up like shortly after that, and then he came up with the band name Soulfly from Chino singing it in the song.
I hope Chino gets a cut of that, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like a little bit of cut of that Soulfly money.
Yeah, of that Brazilian, that Brazilian new metal money.
Yeah. Okay. Now, as far as MX goes, I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna. Okay. Here's another one. I'm trying to find it. So when I was a kid, I believed he was saying pussy. Like the whole idea was that he said your pussy and your bones, but in every lyric sheet I read at that time, and I was like always looking up lyrics because I needed lyrics. I needed to read all the lyrics. They replaced that word with magazine, so I had been convinced that it wasn't pussy, it was magazine. But, you can hear it clear as day. But then the whole time I was singing magazine and your bones, that's silly.
Yeah,
it
makes no sense.
I don't know why it said, but it was like multiple sites that said it. That's what I think is odd about it. But, so he hates this song, huh? Chino hates this song?
Hates MX?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know that.
I mean, it's not like the best song. It's kind of
It's okay.
It's
yeah.
like, it's kind of like Ricketts. It's a really generic, kind of Deftones song. It's just
I kind of I do like the sort of call and response with the woman though, but it makes it feel very horny. Let you think about what? About girls and what else? And also, I didn't know that it was Abe's wife that is the woman in the song. So that's a fun little tidbit.
Yeah. So Damone is the last song after fucking a bunch of silence.
30 minutes of silence. Remember when
I gotta wonder.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about that the other day when I was listening to the album to do this. It's like, why can't Spotify just cut the 30 minutes out and put it as a track?
Yeah, I know. It makes no sense at this point. Like, hidden tracks are just such a weird phenomenon in general. Like, hey, if you put this CD on in your car and you just leave it on for 10 minutes, hey, do we have a gift for you? It's like, just play the fucking song. Like, what are we doing here?
I think, and it's as a person who does a sort of entertainment kind of thing, I think that like we get ideas in our head sometime where we think, so I think we get ideas in our head where we think we can surprise people and they will be very super excited about it. And there's very little feedback about it, especially back then. It wasn't like people were posting about hidden tracks and stuff like that. And I think that was what the hidden track phenomenon is. It was that the band. So I have a philosophy on Street Fight that I like that show to go an hour 15. Like if we're doing a show for a basement show, a regular show, I like it to go to an hour and 15 minutes because I feel like all we owe people is an hour. But if we give them 15 minutes, that's sort of a bonus and it's not like really a lot of skin off my back. And I feel like Damone and some of the other stuff is the same exact thing. We used to go to a pool hall that had the Korn album on their jukebox, and we would just go in and play Daddy 3 times because it had that hidden track. So like no other music could play for like 45 minutes. And it was awesome, actually.
Yeah, well, and Deftones did it on the first album too, right? Fist is a hidden track on Adrenaline too. They were just.
God, why can't I remember Fist? I'm like having a lot of trouble remembering Fist now. But we're gonna cover Adrenaline some other day.
Absolutely,
so.
And we'll talk Fist then. But yeah, so Damone, like I would say, for me, it's really. I barely listened to it. I mean, I got to be honest. Like, I remember it being a good song, but it was never really like something that I would sit there and like be like, okay, I'm going to wait until the end of this and I'm going to listen to it. You know, like it just never really felt worth it to me.
So I saw them play it live, and that was a big thing. And it was one of my friend's favorite songs. And this friend is still obsessed with Deftones. Like he still like follows them around and shit like that. If he can go see them, I think it's because somebody from the road crew saw his girlfriend, my friend's girlfriend. We'll call him Terry. I saw my friend Terry. They saw Terry's girlfriend, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to come on the bus?" And she was like, "Sure." And he sent her in there with a pencil drawing that he had made of Chino to give to him that said Damone on it, and handed it to him. And then, she ended up leaving the van after meeting the band, and he was like, "So fucking cool, man. My girlfriend met the band." and gave them a pencil drawing that her boyfriend made of them. They just find out to be a crazy... I get some wild stuff out there, when we're on the road. I've been given a shiv. I've been given... drugs. I've been given smoked salmon. Just people hand me weird shit when we're on the road, so I get it, but it's like weird, man. I probably would have been like to my wife, like, "Yeah, you probably don't want to go on that bus."
Yeah, of course.
Good's happening on there.
Yeah, and especially to be because you have to think that he's thinking, well, she's gonna hand him the photo, so like that's pretty good. Or the drawing.
Well, that's all he thought about.
Like he wasn't thinking like, oh, they probably want her to fuck her.
I mean, this dude went and saw Jonah Mantragna.
Oh, nice.
On just recently, like 2 weeks ago,
Jonah's
he
still
was
doing
in town.
stuff.
Yeah, he's touring the country. There's 10 people showed up at his show. But he plays a lot of the far stuff. Oh, so
cool. I
wouldn't have minded going.
I still have to listen to that album. But
Water and Solutions kicks ass.
I will.
But
the Jonah Matranga one that always gets me is that he's on Lupe Fiasco's first album, just like randomly.
He's great. He's in the Do They Know It's Christmas with Chino and the guy from Willhaven too. Grady from Willhaven too. And that's a great fucking song. So John, I don't know if you guys are in the watch together.
We are.
Or if this is going to work, right? We're all in there.
We're all in there. So this is normally we like to finish off our review by looking at an old news article from the time period and seeing kind of what the ridiculous things being written about the band were. But for those of you who maybe don't know, the Deftones are aggressively boring. There's there's a little bit of drama, but very little, and pretty much most of their stories are just like, yeah, we hung around and skateboarded a lot and made the album and it was cool. And that's basically their whole thing. So instead of doing a news article, Brian has a clip here for us from the Deftones live at the Waldrock Festival in Holland in 2001. So Brian, do you want to set this up for us?
So this was a thing that came out in I think, in 2001. It says it on the thing. It came out on the PRP, and they had a download link for it. And I listened to the whole thing all the time because Chino apparently got drunk as hell with Faith No More singer Mike Patton backstage and got out to the audience, and you're going to hear how he acted. And it's wild because, again, I think the thing that I like about this is that they are boring dudes. It's like their band story is very boring to me. And obviously Cheese death is a big tragedy and it's a big part of the story and stuff. But for a comedy podcast, their story is boring. They were 14-year-old kids that formed a band and got famous,
Yeah, good for them.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying it's just what do you have? I mean, okay.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I'm being sarcastic. It's great. Yeah, cool.
But I'll go ahead and get us started right away here. This is the very beginning of the concert, okay?
Okay, can't wait.
It's an American heavy metal.
I already love it.
YNT.
Yeah.
Quiet Risted Sister. Motley Crue. You remember that song? Hey, don't forget. No matter what, don't forget the Nuge. Let's see that.
So that is how they came out on stage.
Just listing off a bunch of American metal bands.
It's, sometimes sometimes that's what you want, and I have seen him this drunk once too, but he wasn't as funny. He just wore a big giant gold necklace and kept talking about his dookie chain,
Hell yeah,
as he called it, and saying fuck the police.
Very normal. I mean, I
yeah,
love,
he's a normal guy.
I always love when you see clips like this where like the lead singer of a band is drunk and the band is just sort of like passively aggressively playing in the background. Just kind of being like, hey, like, are we going to kind of get this going? Like, what, we're kind of playing a little thing. Like, maybe we should play it for real.
I've seen some drunk comics like in my day. I did open mics for a while. I would see a lot of comedians that were very hungover and shit like that, and or very drunk, and it was always like disconcerting to me. Because I don't drink before I go on stage. The only time I ever smoked weed before I went on stage, I fucking choked. So I never did it again. Here's a little more.
Do you really want to know why I wear my pants like this? Easy access, baby. Easy access. That's why I wear my pants like that. It's for easy access. See if you are able to put your weenie inside. Oh, my brain is wrong. Why don't we all snap our fingers like that? Be quiet. Don't get loud. I understand you're at a heavy metal concert, but it's okay to collect your thoughts for 1 minute. Collect them. Shh. Quiet. Stop talking. Ouch, that hurt.
Ouch,
You
that
got
hurt.
boots on and you're fucking jumping on top of a crowd, kicking people in the face. How good does it feel? I ask one thing from everyone, and that is respect everybody around you. Understand that we are here to have a good time and enjoy music, but please look out for one another, okay? You down with that? Yeah, I like Mortis. The shade.
And then he just goes into that's in the middle of change. I like that.
No, these are all around the first songs. Like they only played one song.
Shove it. Sorry, shove it. Yes.
Yeah, they only played the one song on that one. And it gets so I have to play more because it gets increasingly hostile, John.
Excellent.
Believe it or not. Which, by the way, how do you feel about this? And that, like, going to see a band, and the guy's drunk is like awesome. That's an awesome experience to me. If I saw Deftones like this, I would be fucking amped. I was when I saw him really drunk. I thought it was like the coolest thing in the world. How do you feel about seeing, like...
I think it just depends. I think it's if pardon me, if that feels like their normal state, like that's their normal performing state and they perform like that and it's good and entertaining and they know how to do it, then great. But like I saw the National once. Well, I've seen them a bunch of times, but one time the lead singer was really drunk. It appeared that he drank like 2 full bottles of wine during the show. And he like the band was like clearly pissed off. And it like kind of wrecked the show. Like he wasn't really doing anything that bad. Like it wasn't like he was fucking up or whatever, but he just was kind of all over the place. And at one point he like picked up the empty wine bottle and like whipped it at the back of the stage, like over top of the drummer's head. And like, yeah. And just like went nuts. And so I think like that was a bit not great because you could see like the guitarists were kind of like looking at him like, what the fuck, man? Like you gotta calm down, you know? So that kind of wrecks it a bit. But like if it's sort of, you know, expected the singer's going to be drunk, we're all having a good time, then then I'm totally fine with it.
Yeah, and it's better almost. This concert, I would have killed to be at this one.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds incredible. This is where I put my weenie. I mean, can't argue with that kind of banter, you know?
This is where he did the easy access joke 4 times in a row.
It's for easy access. Yeah.
It's what it's like to hang out with a drunk, except for the drunk is on stage, has a microphone, and you probably paid $100 to see him.
Yeah, incredible. Okay, let's see. Let's hear some more.
One of the oldest Deftones fans that I fucking know right here. If anybody knows anything about what the fuck we do, and you know that there is no formula to any of this shit. We just kind of go as we go. Are you ready to go? Are you ready?
That guitar is 100% trying to shut him up, right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Because Steph, like, you can definitely tell that of all the band members, Steph is the least likely to put up with Chino's bullshit.
Yeah, like, I'm just, like, the type of guy that's, like, I've never been in a band, so I just kind of figured, like, these guys are probably trying to get him to go. Like, what is it going to take to get him to get the fuck off of this? This is like kind of my I guess like a nightmare scenario in that, like, I think I can make it funny. I think I could figure out how to make it. Like if Brett showed on stage, right? See, you're lucky. You're just one dude. You're a stand-up. But let's say when you do Blocked Party Live, Stefan shows up fucking tanked. Like, do you think, how do you even handle that? You know?
So what you're saying is Stefan has had one beer. And I think that, like, I've been around Stefan when he's drunk and he's just like, I'll peel back the curtain a little bit here. What a lot of people probably don't realize, because he's one of the funniest people on earth, Stefan's actually like pretty shy. And he's pretty quiet. Like if you're in like a group setting with Stefan, even if it's like with all of his friends, he doesn't talk that much. Like he'll crack jokes like he does on the podcast or whatever, but he's not like gonna lead a conversation generally. And so when he's drunk, he will. So that's like really the only difference is like when Stefan's drunk, he's just like, yeah. Fucking yeah, like he's just excited. So I think if we did a live show and Stefan was tanked, as long as he wasn't like, you know, so tanked that he's like falling over in his chair or something, I think it would be fine. Like I think that I would just it would be a little bit wild. And I think part of the dynamic between Stefan and I that people like is that I often get frustrated with Stefan. So, but it's usually just because he's like, you know, oh, what if we came out of our assholes or whatever? And then I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ, you know? So I think like I would just play up that I'm like really mad that he's drunk and people would like it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for me, it's like, I used to do a podcast with a guy who would get shit-faced hammered every single time, and he was really difficult to steer. So it's my nightmare. One of the reasons Brett doesn't get totally tanked before he go on stage is because he knows that he knows that I'll get freaked out by it, you know?
Right. That you have this like past experience. It's like a PTSD thing for you almost.
Right, he worked with the guy too, but it only happened on podcasts. It never happened on stage. Right. So I think Brett just tries to protect me. Here's the next clip here.
I'll be your girlfriend if you want me to. I'll be your girlfriend. Hey, we can go downtown together. We can go downtown together.
Huge error on the band there to play a song where it's his responsibility to start the song.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just like, oh, maybe we should skip that one. That might be a good one.
I would have.
Yeah, me too, for sure. That's
These
really
are
good.
all short. I love them. I love them so much. I just here's another one.
Okay.
Yeah. You want to be a tough guy. It feels so good to be a tough guy, doesn't it?
Okay, so he's calling a guy out for not being a tough guy.
Yeah.
So what happened was at this point in the show, they're throwing mud at him.
Perfect.
And rocks. And he's explaining, you know, he's explaining that he doesn't care that they're throwing mud and rocks at him at all. And it's like super obvious that he doesn't care. That they're throwing rocks by the way that he keeps bringing it up, which I personally would not like to have rocks thrown at me. Here's some more Drunk Chino Moreno and Waldrock Music Festival.
Oh, that's not great. Abe is furious. I've been a drummer a long time. Those are furious notes.
Is that the furious kind of drumming?
I've never really been in that situation in a live. So like I used to play in bands in my early 20s, and I was in one band that, you know, we probably played over 100 shows, and it never happened on stage, but that's like a band practice, like, okay, you guys, like you've talked enough about this guitar part. Like, let's fucking play a song. Come on, let's go. It's that like speeding it up, kind of like it's like, okay, come on, we're good. That's great. Yep, we're getting mud thrown at us. Probably because you keep talking about it. So stop it. And also Abe just has always seemed like such a sensible, like no nonsense guy to me that I can totally see him like just losing his shit right here.
Yeah, and I'm like I always hated my drummer because of that thing where we'd be standing there like trying to, when I was in a band for like 2 minutes. Actually, I mean, if you're a listener to this, you might listen to Street Fight if you live near Columbus, Ohio on December 27th. We're doing a live variety show, and there's a good possibility that I'm going to sing Disarmed by the Smashing Pumpkins. So
I can't wait for that.
Full backing band. It'll be live stream. You'll be able to see it on the internet. But I have sang in a band. But the thing that drove me the most nuts was in practice when the drummer went and quit dicking with his drums, because it's just like, I can't fucking hear what anybody else is saying if you're sitting there pounding on drums.
Yeah, and I just want to play a song. So why don't you shut the fuck up and let's play a song?
I never shut up, and I'm the singer. What am I supposed to do? Here's a little more.
Thank you for making me make this music that I made up when I was fucking this many. I was this many. That many plus 10, I was this many. 16 years old. How many out there are?
Just like, come on, dude. Yeah.
See, I want you to understand something. You can throw whatever you want to throw at me. You can say what you want to say to me. But I don't give a fuck. You know why? Because I'm not fucking no Fred Durst. Shit. I'm not about to sit and complain about every fucking thing. And every time somebody's mean to me, I don't fucking care. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck.
It's a good reason to not care.
Fuck. Let go of me, please. Let go of me. I want you to stand here. I'll take anything you can fucking throw at me. Fuck it, go ahead. Go ahead. Throw fucking dirt at me now. There you go. You're a fucking man, right? Let go of me. Let go of me. I'm cool. Let go of me.
I like that it's always in the interludes to the songs.
Yes.
Let go of me. Let go of me.
He's gonna have more here. More shots get taken. Why are they not just playing the music? Like, I would just play the fucking music.
Because they just don't know what to do. They're like, well, if we start, is Chino gonna come with us, or what's going on right now?
Okay, he did. That was the clip I really wanted you to hear. There is one later on where he says, I don't stand up here like some kind of a bitch and sing about how my family treated me wrong because nobody cares. So
He was really going through some shit that day.
I mean, I can't recommend listening to the whole thing all the way through enough, because really, in the early parts of it, it sounds like he's having fun and it's heavy metal and we're all having heavy metal fun. You guys are all heavy metal dudes, you know? So that's the Deftones Drunken Wall Rock. I have a few other stories. I once saw them at a place called the Newport. I saw them at the Newport Music Hall. It's about a 3,000 person venue. He crowd surfed to the back of the room and he stood on the bar and sang "Say It Ain't So" by Weezer.
Oh yeah, they used to cover "Say It Ain't So" all the time.
Yeah, and I thought that was like a real powerful moment to me. And then there was another show where there was a balcony there, and Engine Number 9. They were playing Engine Number 9, which is a song that if you ever want to make people run through walls, it's Engine Number 9.
Yeah, that'll do it.
And a guy fucking jumped off the balcony into the pit.
Oh my God, did he live?
And it was fucking nuts.
I've never seen that at a show. I've thought about it, like not doing it myself, but I've like sometimes like looked up at the balcony when the pit's going crazy and you're like, is someone going to jump off here?
That's the only time anybody's ever done. That's the only time I've ever seen it. But they had like whipped this crowd into a frenzy. I'm talking about the same show with both of those things.
Right.
And yeah, the time I saw them really drunk was when they were opening for Godsmack, which is really fucking. They were co-headlining a tour with Godsmack, which is really fucking funny to me that on this on this 2001 show, he's shit talking bands like Korn and Limp Bizkit, where I would much rather be tied to Korn and Limp Bizkit than Godsmack.
No question about it. Although Godsmack is an underrated live show. I saw them open for Metallica, and they were pretty good.
I saw them too, but I thought they sucked, except for the part where they did the drum circle and sang the song about voodoo.
Yeah, the drum thing is awesome, because Sully's also a good drummer. So it was, that was great. But let's get on to our review of the album. As you guys know, we review the album by giving it our tweet defense. So if someone tweeted at us that Around the Fur sucked, it's how many tweets we would go defending the album. So Brian, what is your score?
John, I've never had a person tell me that Around the Fur sucks, first of all. I just want to say that out front. But if somebody did, and this number's going to be high, 25.
25, nice.
Because nobody's ever said it. It's a universally believed thing that this album is great. And I wouldn't be able to let it go. It would be one of those things where when you say, so earlier today I said some shit about Rick and Morty. A guy got mad and he yelled at me about not liking Pickle Rick or whatever. And I've been arguing with him in my head the whole entire day. So in order to get it out, I mean, I will defend the Deftones to the death. You know, and that's a very important one. I have a Deftones, one of those bikes, those hand bikes that you're supposed to do tricks on, you know?
Yeah.
I have one of those in my basement. I just have so much Deftones stuff, and I had the famous Deftones Sacto, California windbreaker shirt.
Oh, classic.
I just have so much of their memorabilia in my basement, and like they were really important to me. And all my friends, my sister's cat name was Chino. And like, it was just like, it was sort of, Deftones were a bond that held a group of friends together for a very long time. So I would say 25.
Nice. That's great, man. I love that. I would say for me, I'll go 15. I don't know if I could go the full 25, but I do agree. No one has really ever told me Deftones are bad. And if they have, like you said with Brett, I think there's songs the Deftones have that you could show someone that doesn't like them to convince them that even if they don't like them, that they're not a bad band. Like I think they get lumped in with bands that other people think are like universally like bad bands. I think
bad people think that.
Yeah, exactly.
That other bands are bad. The other bands are bad too.
Correct. I agree, but I think that's where some of their reputation comes from, and I think that the Deftones are great and many people should show them love. So I would go 15. We're going to end off the episode with the challenge. And this time so like I said earlier in the show, we realized that the Deftones, an uninteresting band. We've read oral histories of Limp Bizkit albums, of Korn albums. They were great. We got lots of great nuggets from them. This band, no such thing. You can read articles from the time. You can read oral histories from the 20-year anniversary of this album. It doesn't matter. It's all the same thing. They like to party. They built a skate ramp in their studio. They practiced all the time, and they also skateboarded, and then they wrote the album. So, Brian, you and I are tasked with our challenge of coming up with an interesting backstory for something that happened on this album, and it's obviously does not have to be grounded in any sort of reality, but you have to make it interesting.
Okay, so I'm gonna pick a very easy one. Okay, Mascara. I think I could build. I think I could build a romantic comedy out or like a romantic movie out of Mascara that like would have that like Ray Romano kind of vibe that he has now, where he walks around and he's kind of bummed out, and like one of those navel gazing older guy going through life independent movies, where like Mascara is about a guy who has this woman who is married to this woman who is like this great person who puts up with all of his dog shit, just like me, you know. I don't tour as much as Deftones did, but I've been gone 10 days out of every month for almost the entire year. So I am gone more than like an average person. And my wife never complains about it. She never gets mad. And I think that's what that song at its core is about. The story is that, like, I do all this stuff and you're just this wonderful person who's taking care of, you know, my family and my house and all of my shit. And sometimes you piss me off, because I think that's like what the weak wrist thing is. It sounds to me like the way I am with my wife, where it's like I don't really criticize her very much. I don't like to criticize my wife very much, but one of the things I criticize her about is that, like, she lets her family, I mean, she takes a lot of shit from her family, like her mom and dad and her sisters and stuff. And I kind of feel like she shouldn't have to, and that she's an adult and she can just tell them to fuck off. That's the weak wrist part. But like, in the end, I still love her and I think she's great. And there's just something about her there, and the guy would be like, you know, there's just something about you, you know, and that's what Mascara is about.
Damn, that got emotional.
I'm an emotional guy, dude.
I love that. That was awesome. Mine is way stupider than that. Okay. So, 'cause I was.
Well, I guess I should have done a joke. I'm annoyed now that I didn't do a joke.
No, this is great. So I'll do the joke, you do the emotion, and it works out just fine. So my theory, my interesting backstory is that "Be Quiet and Drive" actually refers to a 1996 incident where, when they were writing the songs to "Around the Fur," Chino was skateboarding on the skateboard ramp they made themselves. And as you know, if you ever skated on a homemade ramp when you were a kid, they are death traps. So Chino, unfortunately, injured himself on the ramp. He fell and he got punctured by an exposed nail and contracted tetanus. And the "Be Quiet and Drive" part was where they had to drive Chino to the hospital, but where they were recording, the hospital was far away, and so they couldn't get him. They couldn't get him to the hospital in time. So Chino Moreno actually died in 1996, and he was replaced by a doppelganger. It's actually the same conspiracy theory about Avril Lavigne, that she died and was replaced with a different girl named Melissa. Same thing. Chino was replaced by a guy named Carlos, and that's who's actually been fronting the band forever. So a lot of people thought Chino cut his dreadlocks. He always had dreadlocks, but he died. The new guy couldn't go with dreadlocks. He had to go with the spiky hair, and that's it. So it's actually the guy you think is Chino Moreno is actually Carlos, last name withheld, and has been fronting the Deftones ever since.
Man, we really, and you know, we really didn't stress enough how much women were in love with Chino Moreno.
Beautiful man,
you know? Just
a beautiful guy, and it's at Carlos. But yes, it's crazy that people.
Chino, actually. No, we're gonna start passive aggressively. No, it's Chino.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, cut the shit. Okay, this is not loose change.
He's a beautiful, beautiful man. I think it goes without saying that we would both have sex with him, and so would many others. So
it's also he's like Brett to me in a way. There's this thing about him. It's like, and this is just me and Brett, right? But it's also me and Brett when Chapo were on stage and stuff like that. He's like a handsome guy standing by like a bunch of mutants all the time, and it's annoying as hell, you know? Chino is a handsome guy surrounded by mutants in his band.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. I mean, Abe, I think you could make a case. Not a terrible looking dude, all
boring.
Things considered. But yes, boring. Yes, Chino is certainly a king among princes. That seems like a good bonus episode, band. But speaking of doing episodes of this show, maybe we should do this episode.
Yeah, let's talk about Linkin Park.
We'll talk about Linkin Park. And so...
Why is it spelled like that? Is the first question.
And it is a great question, and I don't know if I know the answer to that. Let me see if I can find it doing a quick
why
Wikipedia
is it called
search.
Linkin Park too? Linkin Park's in Chicago.
Yeah,
I need to find out.
None of them
why.
are from Chicago. I know that their original band name was Zero with an X, and then they changed their band name to Hybrid Theory. And then they got signed to Warner Brothers, and there was another band on Warner Brothers called Hybrid. So then they had to change their name from Hybrid Theory to Linkin Park. But,
I wish the other band's name was Hybrid Theory. That like actually would have been incredible.
It's a play on and homage to Santa Monica's Linkin Park, which is now
that famous Linkin Park.
Yes, exactly. Which is now called Christine Emerson Reed Park, and they initially wanted to spell it Linkin Park, like Abe Lincoln or like Linkin Park in Chicago. However, they changed it to Linkin. Why, Brian? Take a guess as to why they would have changed it to Linkin.
So what I think, I'm gonna see. I want to say it's an homage to Limp Bizkit, right?
It's not.
But I bet you money they didn't like Limp Bizkit. So like, is it about like linking up with people? Like, hey, we're trying to link all these styles together.
You're galaxy braining it too hard. Like that. that is somehow above the level of thinking that you need to answer this question.
Oh man, they just thought it looked neat.
No, that's even. I mean, that would also make some sense too. This is a very 2000. The year 2000 reason. They changed it to Linkin Park the way it's spelled so that they could have their own domain name.
Oh, yeah. That sounds smart.
Because they couldn't have Lincoln. Obviously, LinkinPark.com was probably owned by the park in Chicago. Like even the park they're named after probably didn't have the LinkinPark.com domain. They were probably like LinkinPark1.com or whatever.
It's kind of a miracle that Street Fight isn't spelled wrong.
Right.
Like it is really kind of like, if the show hadn't been called Street Fight Radio, just because I was thinking about, like, at the time, it was kind of like it was, I would do like street level. We say street level, like reporting, where it's like we're talking about the minutia of everyday life, and that's why I came up, and I thought Street Fight sounded cool together and all that stuff. That's how we came up with the name. But if that hadn't happened, and the show is somehow not like a politics show or something like that, I'd have definitely like spelled a word wrong in the name of the show.
Yes, Street Fight, like a Fight TV or whatever, like FITE or something like that.
I'm trying to think like how can you make a long E sound with another letter is what I'm trying to STREEET.
Yeah, that's street with 3 E's. Just keep saying E until it feels right. Well, we are looking at Hybrid Theory today, and this was sort of commissioned by our fans. We did a highly controversial poll, and we decided that we would just accept the results, and this album won by quite a bit over Papa Roach and Spineshank and Coal Chamber. So Hybrid Theory is the debut album, obviously, from Linkin Park. It was released on October 24th, 2000. And this is, we always talk about the sales of this album. And this might be, we probably won't review an album on this podcast that has sold more copies than this one. This album, so it came out late October 2000. However, it didn't hit the highest part of the charts until 2002. So it took them a while. It was after In the End came out that it actually made the top 10, but it debuted at number 29 on the US Billboard 200. It sold 50,000 copies in its first week. So not that great. Got certified gold after 5 weeks of being released. But by the end of 2001, it sold 4.8 million copies, making it the best-selling album of 2001. And it was estimated the album was continuing to sell 100,000 copies a week in early 2002. Throughout the following years, the album continued to sell at a fast pace and was eventually certified diamond by the RIAA in 2005. Shipping 10 million copies in the States, and then it was awarded another level of platinum status after Chester Bennington's death in 2017, so it has gone 11 times platinum and to date has sold 30 million copies worldwide.
That's double Significant Other.
Yeah, 30
Because I
million.
Googled how many copies of Significant Other as soon as you started to say it was the most. Because I think like Follow the Leader is the only other one I think could possibly get there.
I don't even know if Follow the Leader went diamond, did it?
Oh, it had to.
You think so? Let's look.
I'll have it in 1 second.
You look. So, yes.
Okay. Follow the Leader sold 14 million copies?
14. Okay.
Fuck.
Man, they were selling records back then. But yeah, so Linkin Park, 30 million worldwide, 10.5 million in the United States. And the album re-entered the Billboard charts after Chester Bennington's death at number 8. And it went to number 1 on iTunes and Amazon. Now, Brian, I got a little game for you. Because we like to think about what else was happening in the world. So in early 2002, Hybrid Theory peaked at number 2. So I want you to name what you think was number 1 and number 3. And I'll give you a hint. Number 1 was a band. And I would say a band in a similar vein to Linkin Park. Not the same, but similar vein. And then number 3 is a female singer.
Oh, God. I'm going to guess number 3 was Britney Spears.
No. Close, though. Kind of in that realm.
Christina Aguilera?
No. Saying close it's not that close. Think of like
Fiona Apple.
Oh, I mean, that's a good guess, but no, not her either.
Jesus.
You're missing a big, you've hit on 2 of the big ones, but there's another very big.
Jessica Simpson.
No.
Oh, God. These are like,
Jessica Simpson.
My brain does not stretch back as long as yours, John. I've been using drugs since I was 12 years old.
Okay, fair enough. Number 3, Jennifer Lopez.
Oh, shit. Yeah, I should have guessed her.
And
I would have never guessed her, though.
Jennifer Lopez's remix album called J to the LO.
I don't think about Jennifer Lopez ever.
Me neither. You know? I honestly don't either. You're right. That's a good, that's a great way to...
her. My wife and daughter love her, but I would never even think about Jennifer Lopez.
Okay, and number 1, what could it not pass for number 1? It was also kind of a modern rock band.
Creed.
Creed is correct.
I knew it. My own prison.
Yeah,
that album was huge, and I'll say this. I was tricked into liking like the first 3 Creed songs that came out.
The funny part is it's not even their good album, it's Weathered. Because that's 2002. I think My Own Prison and Higher were earlier. This one had My Sacrifice on it.
Oh, that song bangs, though. My Sacrifice.
Yeah, and Bullets and One Last Breath.
Oh, my God. When I was working as a cable guy, my boss came in, and he knew I liked music a lot. Like, he was like, oh, you're a big music guy, right? Like metal. And I was like, yeah, I like some metal, and... like I mostly like Radiohead at this time and stuff like that, but I'm like, yeah, I like some metal. And he's like, you got to check out Alter Bridge.
Hell yeah.
And I was like, I'm not gonna do that. And he was like, no dude. Oh, I had told him I liked like some proggy stuff, like Mars Volta. I was very into Mars Volta at a time.
Sure. Yep.
And I was like, yeah, I like more prog rock. He's like, you know what's prog rock? Is Alter Bridge. It's all the guys from Creed except for Scott Stapp. And I was like, I'll never hear Alter Bridge in my entire life.
Getting rid of Scott Stapp was when they became prog. That was like they couldn't handle it. They're like, oh, we just get rid of this guy, this Eddie Vedder sounding guy, then we'll be prog.
Nobody's writing choruses for our songs. What's going on here?
Yeah, exactly. You know? This is bullshit.
We don't know how long to go. We don't know how long the song should be without Scott Stapp's lyrics in it. I'm saying My Sacrifice fucking is off the Scream soundtrack, I believe. And
it could be.
I loved that fucking song. Scream 3.
I remember when Higher came out, and I was all about it. You know,
now that one I couldn't with that one.
That little lick always that always got me every time. And I didn't, Scott Stapp. I do think there's something to the like notion that a rock band should have a singer that's like very easy to sing along with. Like you've got like Scott Stapp is very easy to kind of just be like you don't have to be a great singer to just be like, can you take me, and like feel like I'm in there. It's kind of like the same thing with Nickelback. I feel it's like no one thinks Chad Kroeger's like a great singer, but it's real easy to just be kind of like, this is how you remind me, and you're like, oh yeah.
Like I kind of I like that song that you were just singing.
Nickelback?
The Nickelback song. I know people are like, you have like the worst taste in the world, but that song where he says, "It's not like you, so sorry. Who's thinking of a different story?" I like that song.
That's a good song. Yeah,
it's like fine. Cumbersome by Seven Mary 3. It's just one of those fucking songs. It's like it just works. You know, I'm not saying that I'm a Nickelback fan because I don't know a single other song, but I will listen to that song.
I remember like Nickelback's very funny as a Canadian because their early stuff was seen as like cool. You know, like when The State came out, I remember like Leader of Men not being on Much Music and being like, okay, like people thought, okay, this is like a badass, like pretty cool band. Like they were sort of, if you like nu metal, you also liked Nickelback, and that was like totally regular. And then This Is How You Remind that came out, and then everyone was like, oh, this is no good, you know?
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say everyone. I should say that's when, like, you know, people who thought they were above it were just like, okay, I'm out on.
Well, there's only room for one Eddie Vedder guy in nu metal, or maybe two. Like, because Sully from Godsmack.
Oh, for sure.
Is an Eddie Vedder, and Aaron Lewis was an Eddie Vedder.
Yet, like, Sully was like Eddie Vedder with no tone. Like he's like the baritone Eddie Vedder, which sounds like impossible to say, but I'm just thinking of like, I'm not the one who's so far
that's my shit. That
when
song.
I feel the snake bite into like that's I liked Godsmack. I had no problem with it. I stand alone. Like that's all good. That's all good stuff. But he was like almost a register deeper. Aaron Lewis was definitely like he was like Eddie Vedder, but like emo. He was like emo Eddie Vedder somehow. Right. You know,
there's almost no difference between Stained and Creed. Really?
No, it just cred, right? Because Stained had the Limp Bizkit and like Korn respect.
Yep. That's all. And Just Go is a good song. But Linkin Park, though.
Yeah, no, Linkin Park. Well, we always do this. Every episode of the show, I'm like, oh, cool. Like, I'll listen to the Deftones episode. I'm like, oh, we talked about Korn for like 20 minutes. But,
yeah, it happens, man.
But yes, it's fucking podcasting. No one
It's a free-flowing show.
It is a
what we call it.
free-flowing
There's
show.
no time limit. It just flows.
We flow. Well, that's the thing. The problem, well, not the problem, but we only do one of these a month. So I don't care. Like when we're doing Block Party, I'm like, as soon as we get to an hour, I'm like very conscious of it. I'm like, okay, we got to be wrapping up in the next like 10, 15 minutes. With you and I, it's like, this is once a month, man. We do whatever we want. Who cares?
That's how I feel too. I was explaining to somebody yesterday that like my baseline right now is 3 hours because I have the call-in show every Sunday. And also when I record the hour basement show, I record us watching Undercover Boss before that. So even that show is like close to that night ends up being like 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah, so this is light for you. This is
it's like light duty for me. But I did do 2 hours like 4 hours ago.
Okay, yeah. So we'll keep it tight. But I was curious. So we always start by talking about our own history with the band, and I'm interested for this one because this is kind of the first album that we've done where we sort of are coming at it. Well, we've come at the other three albums from very different places, but this is one where you straight up like did not listen to or like this band. So tell me about your history with Linkin Park.
Yeah, I'm like really interested in yours too, but so here's my theory. The period when this album came out, right? You had to be between 10 and 16 years old to like it. And if you were any older than that, the older you got away from it, the more of a chance you were gonna hate it, you know? And I really hated this band when they came out. I thought they were corny from the first day they came out.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like, I definitely didn't have that sense of it. Like, so here's what I've been working on this theory today, if you will, this hybrid theory. Yeah. So your theory, I think, is very good. Like, so when this album came out, I would have been 14. But as we've noted, it didn't get big right away. Like, I want to say that I first probably heard it, pardon me, in 2001. It was released a week before my birthday in 2000. Pardon me, but I don't think too many people were listening to it then. And also, like, the internet didn't really exist for, like it did, but I wasn't finding music there. Like much music for me is like, until something was getting played on there, I wasn't listening to it, So for me, I just remember I was in that phase, and we've talked about this before. I was in that phase of my life where I really was like, really rejected other types of music, like I was very snobby. It was like I had Korn, I had Limp Bizkit. There were like a few songs and stuff from other bands I liked, but I wasn't even into the Deftones yet at this point. And I was very much like, everything else is bullshit, and I listened to the heavy shit, and you guys are all wimps. I listen to the real shit, and this was one where I can fully remember the One Step Closer video. Chester's got his like dyed red hair. He's wearing like a green tracksuit thing. And I remember seeing the opening of the video and judging them right away, like probably the same way you did, of just you might have seen the video or heard the song and been like, these guys are like posers. These guys are like, what are they doing, And then I remember when it got to the shut up when I'm talking to you. When it got to that part, I'm like, oh no, this is dope. I'm in all the way. I love this. And
that's interesting, because I probably listened to them in 2000 the first time, because I had known they were coming out, because I read Kerrang and Revolver and Blender and all the magazines, and I knew this Linkin Park thing was happening. But I think it was like kind of a second wave nu metal thing, where it was like, okay, we all decided that nu metal sucks now, and anything that comes out after this is bad. And I think I was like sort of turned off from them the whole time, because like, when did I need to know when White Pony came out,
2000 also, I think.
It came out in 2000? Okay, because I thought
so.
Maybe it came out in
2000 or
2001.
I think.
But I think White Pony changed what I think was good. It came out in 2000, June 20th, 2000.
That's what
I think White Pony kind of changed what I think is good and what I thought was interesting and what I enjoyed about metal. And it like started to move me in a different direction. And it felt like getting into these guys was moving backwards, I think, to me at the time.
I could see that. So here's my theory on Linkin Park. So, and like I said, this is what I was working on today, and I think this is might be accurate. So I've talked before about, Korn was like that band that, and we both talked about this, that, I had like a good life. Like nothing was really wrong in my life. My parents were really nice. They were together. They didn't fight. I wasn't abused. I went to a good school. I played sports. I didn't want for anything. I had a good life. And then I heard one Korn song and I was like, oh, my life is a piece of shit and this is fucking horrible. And Linkin Park, to me, I think is like the natural progression of that. It like nu metal got so big, like Limp Bizkit and Korn got so big with like kind of a renegade sound, like it became pop music, but it became pop through like sheer force of will. And it makes sense to me that a band saw that and went, well, this isn't really poppy, but we could make a pop version of this that would destroy, and that to me is like what Linkin Park is. Like Linkin Park was for all the people who liked a couple Korn songs but were never going to buy a Korn album. Linkin Park was that band. That's why they've sold double the copies of Korn and Limp Bizkit. To me, it's like they scooped up all those people on the outside who are like, well, I like Freak on a Leash, but I don't really like anything else I heard by Korn, or I like Nookie, but I don't really like anything else by Limp Bizkit. Like Linkin Park was that sort of safe alternative. And Chester's whole ethos, like Korn was the like, I'm abused, my life sucks, I'm putting it out there, some of you may be feeling some of these feelings, but they were very specific feelings. It was very specific, like I was abused, I had a really hard childhood, I got made fun of all the time. Limp Bizkit was very much like, we're too cool for school, we're famous, we're rich, we're kicking ass, we got a big sound, we're the best. And then Linkin Park was that like kind of the continuation of Korn, where it was like, hey, do you just feel lonely? Are you like lonely sometimes? Well, hey, guess what? Like, you might have a great life. You might be cool, you know, whatever. But like, you also have sometimes when you're home alone, you know, or you're driving your car at night, you're like, you know what? But I am kind of a bit lonely. That's where like Linkin Park swooped in and they were like, you don't have to have a big reason. You don't have to be so sad. We just got like a nice sounding way of delivering this sort of message. You know, it was like a really like polished version of the sort of new metal message.
I think that's another thing that bothered me, though, was the polished part of it. We talked about that first Korn album, and I talked about how like the sound that I see as a detriment to that album now, and I wish they would remaster, at the time was a positive to me. And I had also gotten kind of annoyed with Follow the Leader. When Follow the Leader came out, I was annoyed with it because it sounded very cleaned up. You know, I liked Life is Peachy more. And with Linkin Park, always sounded cleaned up. And they really gave... they felt like a boy band in a way, but for boys. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I think there's been lots of those throughout history, right? Like there's lots of boy bands that are kind of for boys, you know, like you give from the Beatles all the way through, you know. It's not like they didn't find, but then that's the thing too, is I think Linkin Park, I mean, I only went to one Linkin Park show ever and it was, they were opening up for Metallica. So it's not really representative of their fan base, but you have to imagine they had a way bigger female fan base than Limp Bizkit and Korn. You'd think.
Probably. Yeah, I would guess that. I mean, they were younger guys. Chester was like, if you put pictures of Linkin Park up with pictures of Korn, especially Korn, look at Linkin Park next to Korn. And it's like, yes, of course, like younger people are going to like Linkin Park more because Korn looks fucking scary.
For sure. And even the way they shot those photo shoots, right? Like like Korn photo shoots were designed to be like, we're a scary band. Be scared of us. Like, we're cool. We're like, I think I said before, the poster of Korn I had in my room, Jonathan Davis was sitting on a throne holding the leash of two pit bulls. And then the rest of the band members were like standing around him sitting on the throne. And they're all like mean mugging for the camera, whatever. And if you look at band shots of Linkin Park, it's like, we're hot. Like we're hot. We're hot dudes, especially Chester. But like Mike Shinoda's not a bad looking guy either, you know. Like and they were all skinny dudes, good looking guys. Like so, yeah. To me, that was sort of what they were going for. Like if you look at a photo shoot of Linkin Park, it's like, hey, our lead singer's like pretty hot, and even if you don't like him, there's actually like a couple other like pretty good looking guys in the band too. You know, so because that's the thing about a boy band, you got to have options, right? I mean, no one wanted to fuck Kevin. But, you know, there were some AJ fans. There were some Bryan fans. It wasn't just all Nick, you know?
True. I think one of the things I ended up happening over listening to this for the past couple of weeks is like, I started to like it, you know? Like, now that I'm older, and I understand that this music isn't probably made with me in mind, which is a big deal, you know. I was like 22 at the time. I was like 22 or 23 when it came out, and it just I didn't respond to it at all. Like I was just like, this sucks, you know. This is children's music. I feel like it is children's music still to this day. Linkin Park is children's music,
sure,
you know. And I do also think that it was a lot of bad habits got formed from like Linkin Park sound, in my opinion. Like some of the more singy parts of that, like a lot of bands just took the singing parts of the songs and made it their whole thing, and that's where that I feel like that like muddled generic, like Breaking Benjamin, I can never think of another band. Hollywood Undead, Trapped, like that whole time of like generic shit.
Sure, yeah.
Like was a direct result of Linkin Park getting successful.
I think so too. Like, because I think I often have trouble defining bands that like aren't new metal but like aren't emo either. Like there was that whole sect of bands that you're talking about, like Breaking Benjamin, Trapped. I remember like even early 30 Seconds to Mars,
Volbeat is one of those bands. Like you just see it and you're like, I don't want that.
Chevelle, Trust Company, like there were all those bands like that where it was like, okay, this isn't really new metal, but it's also not really emo, because at that time like emo and screamo was really exploding, but there were like all these bands that like weren't either of those things. And I think it's interesting, like to me this is what backs up my theory of Linkin Park, is that if you listen to this album and Meteora, the one that comes after, and that was released in 03, I think, or late 02, if you listen to those two albums, it's very much of this sound. It's very much like it seems like they're trying to create this sort of like pop new metal sound. And then after, it's like very clear that after Meteora, new metal was like finished. Like no one was doing it anymore. Like, Korn was still making albums, but whatever. That was the kind of sort of Korn's fallow period. Limp Bizkit fell off the face of the earth. And then Linkin Park went heavier. Like they went more metal, because it was almost like they were like, okay, they could have pushed into the pop. They could have maybe done sort of almost like a Coldplay type turn, but they went the other way. And they're like, okay, well, we're probably not going to hold on to our fans that liked us because we were kind of poppy, but we might be able to hold on to our fans that kind of liked us because we were metal. And I think that that's what happened, is like you sort of see, and I'm not saying Linkin Park was metal, but they certainly got heavier as their albums got older, or sorry, as they got older as a band. And I think that that's possibly why that they were sort of like, oh, this is the pivot that makes sense.
They were also put in sort of a terrible position too, because again, it's like picking up the flag that started in like 1995 with that first Korn album, and like trying to run with that, was pretty unfair, because I don't really feel like they were trying to do the same kind of music as Korn or Limp Bizkit, Oh
yeah, definitely not, for sure.
But they were given that as that, like that was what MTV thought they were, or Much Music. They were like, here's the new band that's like Korn and Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, and then they would come on, and a guy like me would see it, and I'd be like, no, this is not what I like. Okay.
Well, and I think too, like, so, we're going to read some articles later, but Linkin Park was on Ozfest. Like, you can't imagine that at that time, that being a fit, for them. It was totally that they were, being put into this box. And one thing I think too, that really separates them when you start to talk about the actual songwriting, is that Chester's scream is like crazy good. Like he screams in tune. Like it's a weird, like he has this very unique ability. Like obviously he's a great singer, but he also has this very unique ability to like scream, but it sounds like singing. And I think that's where like a lot of those kind of bands that we talked about that came after, they kind of were like, oh, cool. Like this isn't like an angry scream. This is a like, we're screaming, but it's like auto-tuned and it like sounds good.
Yeah, 3 Days Grace.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Shine
one.
Down.
Oh yeah, that's good
Seether.
Too. Seether, yeah, you love a Seether album. I was all over Seether back in the day. What was their single?
Oh man, I can't.
What was
I
the
just
Seether?
keep wanting singing the "Could Have Made It as a Wise Man."
Yeah, that's Nickelback too.
That's Nickelback. I'll have it in 2 seconds here, Seether, because I do.
Oh no! What the?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
I know
the internet is so bad.
Well, they did "Broken." The Amy Lee, "'Cause I'm broken." There's like that shit, but like, what the fuck was their like song in the early days?
Fine Again.
Yeah, is that it?
That's it. That's the song. But I can't remember what the fucking lyrics were.
Yeah, I'm putting it on right now, and this is not going to sound good because I'm just doing it through my computer, but. Oh, yeah, this is the fucking one.
Yeah, this is so fucking like Linkin Park. I mean, I can't say that it's Linkin Park's directly responsible for this, but they are directly responsible for for hard rock radio picking this up and never letting it go. you know, like picking up this style of music that's like sort of vaguely angsty and is just generic as fuck. Now, Linkin Park is not generic. I don't think they're a generic band. They have a very specific sound that is only they did, you know, but some of those hard rock bands that were adapting their stuff were just, it was really depressing. It was some real lowest common denominator shit.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to be honest. I didn't hear a lot of what you said there because the very first comment on the Fine Again video is unbelievable.
What? Wait, you got to read it now.
I will. This is also from 10 months ago. Okay, so Fine Again came out like 20 years ago. This is from 10 months ago. 12 years ago, my wife tried to stab me to death when I caught her cheating on me. I spent months wondering, why didn't I die? I don't want to live anymore. Why did I survive? I turned to alcoholism and drug abuse to numb the pain. My parents tried to get me help and I didn't want any part of it. One day my mother was taking me to a therapist appointment and I heard Fine Again play on the radio in the car. Being the first time I heard the song, it spoke to me and it got through to me where professionals and doctors had failed. The more I listened to it, the more it helped me climb out of the hole I was in. I really feel like the song saved my life, saved me from myself, blah, blah, blah. This is one of my favorite songs of all time, and it meant the world to me that I got to watch Seether perform Fine Again in Mobile for the Poison the Parish tour just a few months ago. I know the song wasn't written for me, but it helped me save myself from myself.
Beautiful. Dr. Seether, MD.
It's like, you know, my brain is just so fucked up that I'm like laughing. Like I see that and I'm like, oh, that's funny to me. Like, I can't, you know, it's I mean, this guy,
earnest stories about bands that you can't imagine having one fan are very cool.
Yeah, and that's what it is, right? It's not, I'm not laughing at this. Like, it's obviously great that this guy lived and got through all of his demons, but it's like the idea that it's the Seether song that you hear on the radio that really turned it around for you, you know?
Yeah, Seether. That's like when Head from Korn talks about when he decided to finally find Jesus,
right?
He was listening to 9 Inch Nails, Head Like a Hole, when he says, bow down before the one you serve. And Head took the exactly totally wrong message from that lyric.
Yeah, well, you know, that's the thing about lyrics, right? They're just open to interpretation, Brian. You can take them any way you want, and that's the whole thing that makes a lot of sense. So you said you started to like this album. What are some of the things that stand out for you about, like, what are some songs you like, or some things that is standing out to you that you feel like you're kind of turning the page on this a little bit?
Well, I do think Chester is a good singer, like he's a good front man for like a children's band, for a band specifically geared towards children. His like voice is very agreeable and it's easy to listen to. And, I mean, some of the lyrics are not bad. Here's the thing. If I was 11 and I heard those lyrics, yeah, I would fucking be like, I really feel this. You know, but I'm listening to this whole album for the first time 2 weeks ago. Right. And just hearing it, it's just like, I mean, this is like memes that like people from my hometown share. Like a lot of these songs have that energy, that kind of like, you know, Lord help me, I don't want to go back to the real me kind of energy. Right. Or we used to play outside when I was a kid, but now kids just lay in their bed, like sort of stuff. And that's the kind of like, that's the vibe I get from their lyrics, the vagueness of the songs, and the fact that like, it seems like all the none of the songs are kind of about they're just vaguely angsty. Right. Except for there seems to be one song on this album that's about a girl, you know, where I was like, oh, okay. All right. And now I see a girl has pissed you off. So that's something, I guess. You know?
Well, that's kind of what I was saying earlier. Like, I sort of feel like with Jonathan Davis, it was like, this is my very specific pain. Your pain might not be the same, but you might be going through some pain, so we can go through it together. Whereas Chester was like, I'm going to write lyrics so that no matter what your pain is, you can ascribe it to anything. You can listen to this song and you can be like, yeah, he's talking to me. You know, like, I think...
To me, that indicates like generic, though.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, like, that's, I think, where he was coming from with a lot of this. Like, you know, I think your Facebook memes comment is pretty spot on. You could totally see something like, I tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Like, you could see that on a pillow. You just see that, like, stitched on a pillow somewhere or something, you know, like.
Yeah. I mean, but none of this stuff. I'm really not trying to. I'm trying to be fairly positive about the album, and here's the thing. I found myself singing the songs, and I think that was the big important thing for me. Is like, am I even gonna like be able to build a connection to this? And the more times I listened to it, the more times I was like, okay, I'm singing Paper Cut now. I know Paper Cut. I'd never heard that song before. And I was singing One Step Closer and like I was singing the songs along. And also at times kind of felt like it was heavy. But it's got the same sort of problem as Trapped. And that none of it sounds exceptionally heavy. You know, like nothing sounds like it's like brutal or anything, but maybe that wasn't what they were going for.
Yeah, I don't think they were. I mean, I remember seeing them live. A lot of their songs came across a lot heavier because I think you can tell when you're listening to it just on record, they certainly softened the blow of like a lot of the guitars, especially that were happening in the songs. Like if you think about the songs, like the guitars, you know, for a metal band or a rock band, like the guitars are almost like buried in the mix on some of the songs. Like you think about like In the End, like there's the piano and then it gets to the chorus and it's almost just sort of like a whitewash of like guitar noise. But then when you see it live, like, so I've talked about this before, but I went to Summer Sanitarium in 2003 and it was Metallica, Limp Bizkit, Linkin Park, Deftones, and Mudvayne. And Linkin Park had the biggest mosh pit of the day. I would say like by almost double. Like it was like, because it was at a football stadium, so the whole football field was the floor, and it was just fucking chaos. Like, and I think it's because live the songs were a little bit, you know, Chester would scream more, and the songs came across as heavier live. But I certainly agree with you on record. The edges are very soft. Yeah,
I saw him at Ozfest. I think I actually went to Oz. I got to find out when they played Ozfest and know the other bands.
The article I was reading, I think it said that they were playing it in 2001. They might have played it other times, but I read they did an interview with them playing Ozfest, and I think it was 2001.
Yeah, I would have gone to that. You know,
July 2001, and Linkin Park are in town to play Ozfest.
Super Terrorizer. I think I was at these shows. Well, maybe not, because there weren't any bands I liked at it except for Black Sabbath, Marilyn Manson, and Slipknot and Papa Roach. Okay, I had to have been there, but I guess like I probably went to the other stage when they were on or something.
Sure.
Like they were like real like I don't want anything to do with this. I don't want anybody to even think that I like Linkin Park. A funny thing, but if I had been in high school when it came out, I would deeply care about Linkin Park. They would be the most important band, I think, to me. That's why I understand why there's such good feelings. I think like a big surprise to me was when we started doing this show was how many people that were just a little bit younger than me like this band was the most important thing in the world to them, you know, and have told me, I'm like, this was one of the ones they wanted us to do very early on and stuff. And it's like, I was almost nervous to do it because again, I don't have a connection with these guys, but I see what they're doing. I see what they were doing now. And it is nice to have kind of some generic songs so that kids can be like, so that any kid can apply it to their hormonal issues that they're having at the time, you know?
For sure.
We just did a podcast with my daughter. We were talking about our teen years, and I was kind of talking about how when I was 15, 16, I would go to a party where everybody was at, and then I would just go pout in the corner so that people would come up and ask me what was wrong with me for like the attention, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I've been there.
And like, I think that version of me would have really loved Linkin Park. But when you're 21 or 22, that version of you dies. You know, once you've moved out on your own and you're like paying rent, that version of you most of the time dies.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And I think, yeah, it's weird because Linkin Park came out, like I would have probably known about them when I was like 16. So I'm sort of fitting the criteria you're talking about, but I don't know that they just, I liked them. Definitely. I really liked this album. And I remember when Meteora was coming out, like I was so excited for that album, and I still really like that album too. And I think it's better than this one, I think, but
I've heard a lot of people said that.
Yeah. Well, here's my, like, cause here's the thing about this one. And I sort of showed you this, so Linkin Park did a remix album of this called Reanimation. And it features a lot of rappers and a lot of new metal people. So it's got the lead singer of Taproot. It's got Steph Carpenter from the Deftones. It's got Jonathan Davis, Aaron Lewis. And then it's also got like a couple guys from Jurassic 5, Black Thought, Pharaoh Monch. So it was kind of a combination. And to me, I felt like the weak songs on Hybrid Theory, this is the thing I would say about Linkin Park, is like, even the songs on Hybrid Theory I don't like, there are parts in them that are very good that Linkin Park was able to go, okay, we can make this song better. Because like there are a lot of songs from Hybrid Theory that get a lot better on Reanimation, like very interesting arrangements, way different stuff. It doesn't really play like a remix album of this time period. Like I remember remix albums at this time, I hated them. I didn't want to hear them. God. They were like, it was just like, oh, let's take this song, make it 8 minutes long, chop up the vocals, maybe do some sort of shitty rap thing. Like it just sucked. And this one was like really one that got me. And like, so I think like songs like Place for My Head, Pushing Me Away, Paper Cut, Points of Authority, Forgotten, all get way better on Reanimation. It's like they're like, hey, here's 30 seconds of this song that kind of fucking kicked ass, and now we're gonna make it like a real song. Like it was almost like they learned how to be a band on Reanimation, because obviously like Hybrid Theory, like the singles are indisputable. One Step Closer, Crawling, and In the End, indisputable great songs. But this was real. I mean, the remix album really shows that there were really good pieces there, and they figured out. And then Meteora was when they were like, okay, we're going to take all the pieces and we're going to make them into something real cool.
Right. And I almost don't, this is one of those rare, because I don't like to, I don't want to do this show and like shit on people's taste or whatever. Like that's pointless when you're doing a new metal podcast.
Yeah. This is for the people with no taste. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not something and I think like gaining an understanding of what they do and what they're about was probably pretty important to me, you know, like now for me to understand it. And like, I get more what they were about after listening to the album than I did after just like making a snap judgment on them. As soon as I kind of read their first interviews and heard One Step Closer, I was just like, I think I liked One Step Closer when it came out because that "Shut Up When I'm Talking to You" stuff is very cool.
For sure.
For teenage me. And I think that early stuff was really I don't know, it's good. I haven't listened to any of the remixes though. That's a problem. But having Stephen Carpenter on it may make me go back and listen.
Oh, dude, you gotta listen to it. There's some band, especially I saw you tweeted that "A Place for My Head" is a real banger. On Reanimation, it is. I mean, you're gonna love it.
And like this band, this is their first album. This band, from what I can tell, consistently got better as they went, which is very rare in this kind of pop music thing where you're not really sure what you're going to do. They also had an image of being hard workers and of like really caring about the music and getting it out to people. And they had ethics about the way that they did things, kind of like Minor Threat. And there is like a lot there. There is so much you can sink your teeth into, you know?
No, for sure. And I definitely, like, we're going to read some articles here in a quick second that kind of talk about that, about their work ethic, and sort of like that they were sort of the antithesis of a lot of those bands at the time too. Like, they didn't drink, they didn't do drugs. Like, it sounds like they did a little bit of that stuff, but they didn't let it dominate their art form, I guess, for lack of a better word, or dominate their lives. Like, a couple of these articles that were written at the time that Hybrid Theory was blowing up are all kind of suggesting that they were sort of a boring band as far as like just being dudes went, but one thing I wanted to touch on just before we get to our article review, the one thing that is a little bit weird to me that strikes me in Linkin Park, and I think we might find this when we go through all the nu metal history, Linkin Park might be the worst players. Like, they might be the worst musicians.
I don't know.
Which is a weird one to me. I don't know. Like, there might be some smaller bands or stuff we do that I didn't hear that is worse than this. But I just think, like, we talked a lot about Korn, Limp Bizkit, Deftones. You can say what you want about Limp Bizkit, but you can't deny that the band members are excellent players. Same thing with Korn, and obviously same thing with Deftones. But this to me is like Chester is, one of the tops to ever do it in the genre for sure. But then like after that, I'm struggling to say that they're great musicians.
I think there's something to be said for kind of I'm trying to think of a way to say this. Like, I like bands that don't go 100% all. Like, I'm not a virtuoso guy. I'm not even a guy that really cares if they can play the guitar. Like, Fieldy can't play a bass.
True.
Obviously. The guy has no fucking idea what he's doing on that thing. And he's been playing it more of his life than he wasn't playing it.
Yeah, true.
So, like, I kind of appreciate the economy. The way that they kind of stripped it all down. It was a very clean sound. That's the best way I can describe Linkin Park. It's a super clean sound. There's not a ton of shit going on in the background.
Yeah, for sure.
There's not a bunch of stuff going on, and they seem to have pretty simple, straightforward songs, and that's all you can really ask for, For me, it's like, if you're trying to do pop music, it can't be difficult. And they seem to be doing pop music. I don't think they want, I'm going to guess that they hated being called nu metal from the beginning, because by 2000, especially 2001, when they started to hit, the backlash had begun completely.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I saw Limp Bizkit in 2003, and people booed them when they came out, and they were direct support on the Sanitarium tour. But yeah, I hear what you're saying. I just think of like, I don't need virtuosos either, obviously. Like, I don't listen to death metal. I don't listen to bands where it's like, oh, I'm not a shred guy or anything like that. But it's just, I don't know. There's just something about it where, yes, I agree. They made like some iconic riffs and stuff, but it just never struck me. It's because I always stick on this one quote in Meteora in the album notes. They had like little comments about every song. Like the band members would kind of like just throw in sort of like, oh, this is what was happening at the time. Like Chester might talk about like what the lyrics were about, and some of them might talk about their choices. And I remember on the song Breaking the Habit, they were talking about how great of a job their drummer did. It was like, oh, you know, man, we just can't believe, like, you know, Rob really pushed himself. I think the drummer's name's Rob. Really pushed himself on this track. You know, this is like crazy shit he's like never done before, and it's like so good, and we love it. And it's like the drums of that song are completely unremarkable. It's like he's just doing like sixteenths on the hi-hat. I guess that was like the part that was hard for him or something. I don't know. It just always came across to me like, and the guy fucking wore headphones all the time on stage. That pissed me off. That was a shitty look. I didn't like that either.
Dumb look. It looks like you're trying to listen to different music while you're playing. Like it's
And
that
for
thing
all
we
we
talked
know,
about
he-
with Wes Borland.
For all we know, he might have been trying to listen to different music.
Yeah, he's just up there listening to something hipper than Linkin Park, you know?
Totally.
But I think that I to clarify, like I think these guys were like crafting pop songs, and they wanted them to be very straightforward, and they wanted people to understand everything. You know, they're another band where not a lot of these bands in this, I guess Limp Bizkit would be the only other one, is the only band where you can understand every fucking single word they said. Like, he wanted you to know every lyric on the album. And I think that, like, they wanted those guitars simple, they wanted those lyrics simple, and they wanted the drums and turntable shit. They wanted that all simple and clean and no extra shit. Because I've said this, I don't know if I said this on a Significant Other episode. I kind of took some shots at them, but I didn't really say it. Is that, like, I think a lot of times in nu metal, and especially in an album as iconic to us as $3 Bill Y'all, I think the turntables sound like fucking shit. And on Linkin Park, they seem like one of the only bands that use the DJ correctly, you know?
Sure. And that's the kind of rap thing too, right? Like they were clearly trying to be like, if other nu metal bands were sort of like, we're like, yeah, you know, we're like rap rock, but like it's not, you know, it's not really, we're not really rapping, you know, like Linkin Park was rapping. Like to say like that Jonathan Davis was rapping is like a little bit, you know, like, yes, there were maybe some kind of like break beats in the songs, and there was some kind of, you know, the way that the lyrics were being delivered was maybe in a little bit more of a spoken cadence than a singing cadence. But I mean, it wasn't rapping. You know, Linkin Park was like, no, we're rapping, and we have a DJ, and he's a good DJ, and we're doing the thing, you know?
Yeah, I just find it impressive. Because there were, I'm going to do this again on the show, but there were so many songs that the guitars were just like playing one thing, and then when the breakdown came on, the guitars just fucking going off heavy, and the fucking turntable just going waka 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 waka, and you're like, what the fuck? Well, I can't. What is this? It's just extra noise, you know. And Linkin Park, I respect the fuck out of them for making almost minimalist songs on this album.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Before we get to the article review, did you want to say anything about the album art?
The album art might have turned me off too.
Yeah, it's not great.
Is something like that. I mean, we all know I'm not a sci-fi guy. I'm
right.
not, and it feels sci-fi. I don't know. The album cover looks like a sci-fi TV show, like the TV show on the Sci-Fi Network.
Right. Yeah, it looks like an early video game graphic almost, like if you were playing like a PS2 game or something. Because this says, so here's what the band says. With Hybrid Theory being Linkin Park's first album, Mike Shinoda, who had worked as a graphic designer before becoming a musician, has stated that the band looked through books for inspiration on how to present themselves for the first time. The result was a winged soldier, which Shinoda illustrated himself. According to Chester Bennington, the idea of the soldier, with dragonfly wings was to describe the blending of hard and soft musical elements by the use of the jaded looks of the soldier and the frail touches of the wings.
Oh, I hate it. I hate that explanation. Even.
Yeah, it's a bad explanation. I don't like that. But it does kind of lend some credence to your sort of sci-fi theory. You got to think, for an album that went diamond, this has got to be up there with some of the worst cover art for a diamond record you can think of.
Well,
it's gray. It's like ugly. It just. Yeah, and to me, like, I don't think if I'm a guy in 2000 or 2001 or whenever I'm discovering this album, I don't think I look at that and I go, whoa, a soldier with dragonfly wings. Like, I wonder if this band, like, blends hard and soft. You know?
It looks like a PS2 video game, like you said, or, and it's, like, kind of I don't know if it's, like, maybe people thought it was political. You put a soldier on the cover of your album, and people think it's going to be political, and then they listen to it, and it's the most apolitical thing in the world.
Well, it could be political if you want, Brian. Okay, you don't know. The lyrics are pretty vague. It could be about anything.
Crawling in My Skin is about how Hillary Clinton screwed Bernie Sanders in the 2016 primary to me.
15 years before. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so I pulled a couple articles for this. We always like to try and find an article from the time period. This is from Rolling Stone. There are just a couple quotes in here so I know one thing, Brian, you didn't like about them was specifically that they didn't kind of cuss and they were a little bit more softer. And these are just some quotes that make them seem so geeky to me. So this article is from March 14th, 2002 in Rolling Stone. So this would have been sort of after that 2001 where they totally blew up. And the article is just called David Fricke talks to Chester Bennington about hybrid theory success. And so this is a really dumb quote from the band. They're kind of talking about how it went, and they're talking about when they started the band. And Farrell, this is the bass player, 25, turns to Han, that's the DJ, in mild surprise. I don't know if you remember this, the bassist says, but 3 or 4 years ago, we asked ourselves, like every other band, what do we want out of this? We all went home and wrote down goals. Mike came back with his list of goals, and one of them was, I want to win a Grammy. We were like, wow, that's crazy. It's cool, but it's crazy.
It is. I mean, trying to win a Grammy.
What a stupid goal, you know?
I mean, it's weird. I don't have like a lot of respect for the Grammys. You know, like it's more about albums that sold a lot of copies, you know?
Oh, for sure. Which Linkin Park
doesn't have anything to do with art or...
I wonder if they ever... I mean, I'm sure they must have achieved that goal, right? They must have won a Grammy, right? I'm looking it up right now.
Linkin Park, Deftones have won.
Linkin Park have won 2. They won 1 for rap sung performance for Numb Encore, and they won 1 for hard rock performance for Crawling. And then they were nominated 5 other times, but didn't win.
The hard rock Grammy...
Hard rock performance in 2002.
Is hard rock performance metal or is it hard rock? Is there a metal Grammy?
There is a metal Grammy. Okay, so here you go. We'll play another game. 2002, Linkin Park wins the Grammy for Best Hard Rock Performance. Can you guess the other 4 bands that were nominated, Brian? I'll tell you this. 2 of them I think would classify as nu metal. One of them sort of defies classification, and one of them is one of those shitty bands we were talking about that kind of use nu metal to become like an alternative nu metal type thing.
Are we talking 2002?
2002.
2002. What the Grammys are in like February, right?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'm really revealing myself to know too much about
the Grammys. Yeah. Well, we'll see how many of these. We'll see how many of these you get.
I can't remember anything but the Grammys. I'm like, oh yeah, 2002 Grammy, P.o.d. on there.
P.o.d. Alive, one of the nominees. Yep.
But that song should have won.
Great song.
There, because that song was like the biggest Christian song in the history of music.
That's right.
And like Christian music, that song had to be the biggest one.
Sure. Yeah.
And it's so Christian. He's like, since the day that I found you. And he's like singing to Jesus.
Yep.
Like they all do.
They all do, baby.
What's another hard rock band from that era? You said two of them are kind of new metal adjacent
two are like,
sorts of things?
Two are new metal adjacent. Two are new metal adjacent. One sort of, some people would call new metal. You recently said they were not new metal.
Oh, no. System of a Down?
Nope. They were in your list of bands that you think influenced new metal, but I think some people would call them new metal.
Oh my goodness gracious! I got to see those bands. I have Faith No More.
No, Faith No More nominated for a Grammy in 2002.
No, that's true. That is true. I once went to. I'd love to drive the listener. Actually, listeners to this show will probably think this is cool. I saw Limp Bizkit open for Faith No More and left before Faith No More.
Yes, so good. I love it.
It's the coolest thing I ever did. I also did the same thing. My first concert was Flotsam and Jetsam, Fear Factory, Korn, and then Megadeth. And I left before Megadeth. I was like, I don't need to see Megadeth.
Hell
like, who
yeah.
gives a shit?
Likewise, I would have done the same.
Ah, shit. What am I looking for again? What am I looking for?
It's the band, one of the bands you said influenced new metal, but weren't new metal.
Okay. Is it the Red Hot Chili Peppers?
No. That was on your list, but it's not them. You had two other bands on your
Rage
list.
Against the Machine.
That's right.
Battle of Los Angeles.
Renegades of Funk was nominated for...
That fucking song?
That's
right.
Of
all the songs by Rage Against the Machine.
That's the
Renegades of Funk. So we got Rage Rage,
P.o.d.
Don't call Rage Against the Machine new metal. It will piss everybody off.
I mean, we're probably going to do their albums on this show, whether they're new metal or not.
Maybe.
Then we have a new metal, a band, and then, one of those kind of like butt rock bands.
So we got a butt rock band, which I will never get right. The first guess I'm going to throw out, because this sounds like a band that the Grammys would like.
Yeah.
And it's one I just thought of. Seether.
Very close to Seether.
Hold on. Saliva.
There it is, baby. Saliva.
They're new metal. That's
disease.
A new metal band.
Okay, sure.
You can make I understand what you're saying about like it doesn't feel like it because the lead singer doesn't look like it, but I can't think of a more new metal song than Click Click Boom.
Yeah, true. Very new metal. Yeah, I'll give you that.
Yeah. It's one of the most new metal songs.
And then I don't think you're going to get the other new metal band. I got to be honest with you. Don't think it's going to happen.
Okay, who is it?
Alien Ant Farm.
Fuck, I loved that shit.
Me too.
Two, also hard to call new metal.
I know. They kind of defy classification. They're like sort of beside new metal, but they're not really new metal. They kind of rap, but they don't really scream, and they're very smooth sounding. I agree.
They're in the same sort of weird limbo that Incubus exists in.
Correct.
You know, where you look at Incubus and you're like, man, that, nothing after Science feels like new metal.
No.
But then even when you go back and listen to Science or The Fungus Among Us, I mean, they don't really sound like new metal. No. There are like one or two songs on Science where you're like, oh, certain shade of green.
New Skin.
Yeah, but they're just one of those bands that I can see calling them new metal, and I can see calling them like something else.
Yeah.
One thing I've been very surprised about is that I kind of got the impression like 2 or 3 years ago that Incubus would be one of those bands that people follow around the country because they have all of the aesthetic of one of those bands, and they were very popular for a time. And I truly can't believe they're not like in that kind of Fish, Pearl Jam even category, you know?
They need more. They need more jam sounding songs.
Yeah, and their songs, they're hard. The lyrics to Incubus songs are some of the most fun to really get into.
Sing and just love, for sure. The only other thing I'm going to say about this Grammy thing, and then I got one more quote from the article, and then we'll wrap this bad boy up, is in 2000, these 3 songs lost the Hard Rock Performance Grammy. Kid Rock, Ba Wit Da Ba, Korn, Freak on a Leash, and Limp Bizkit, Nookie, all lost to fucking Metallica for Whiskey in the Jar.
I remember that. And you know what? We can all act mad about it, but we can also admit that we like Metallica, Whiskey in the Jar.
I like Metallica, but I mean, you know, come on.
Whiskey in the Jar, though, is a good song. I don't like Metallica.
Okay, fair enough.
Not a fan, but I do like I did a do la ba dee ba doo ba. You know,
and I can see why you like
for
it.
The stereo. I got so close there.
I also like in 1999 that Jimmy Page and Robert Plant won for just a side project, Page and Plant.
Yeah,
I never even heard of
off.
that. Yeah, they beat.
Who were the other nominees?
Kiss, which is also ridiculous in 1999. But then Marilyn Manson, The Dope Show, Metallica, Fuel, and Pearl Jam, Do the Evolution. Page and Plant, though, took them down.
Almost every song is better than Page and I hate Led Zeppelin anyway.
So dumb. The last quote here from this article that I also thought was very funny, just because like I hate when bands do this shit where it's like absolutely not true. Like there's just no way that this is a real story, but they have to say it anyway. So Bennington, who had already done Hard Time with a Phoenix band called Grey Days, is a charming mix of bull elephant certainty and childlike astonishment. Before Hybrid Theory's release, he made a bet with Myra Simpson, national promotions manager at Warner Bros. She had a triple platinum Stone Temple Pilots plaque, says Bennington, a huge STP fan. In another interview I read, he said that they're the best band that's ever made music. She said, "If you go gold by Christmas, I'll give it to you." I said, "Cough it up." He laughs. I was joking. Sure enough, Hybrid Theory was gold by Christmas 2000. Quote, "And I got my STP plaque," Bennington says, beaming. "He slept with it in his bunk on the tour bus every night. Nobody touched it." I mean, there's no way that happened.
I mean, I would hate him if I was on the road with him for something like that.
Don't fucking touch my plaque and I sleep with it every night. I mean, let's be serious here.
Well, it's just like when you're on tour, the only thing you want is for the other people on the road with you to act normal.
Yeah, I know. Well, and so another thing I learned about Linkin Park from this thing that they when they toured with 2 buses. One bus was their tour bus and the other bus was a studio so that they could like record on the bus while they were on tour. And then apparently Chester was the only one of them who ever had like a drinking or drug problem. And but it was only in the early days of the band, and then he eventually cut it out. But in those days they made him sleep on the studio bus. Because he would get like drunk after shows, and they're like, "Okay, well, you can't sleep on the bus with us. You got to go sleep on the couch in the studio bus."
Yeah, Brett went to a rave after the show in L.A. and just didn't come back to the hotel room that night. And I think part of it in him was like, you know, Brian's going to get like really annoyed at me if I come stumbling in here partying, you know?
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I mean, I understand. It's just a very funny band detail.
Yeah,
I mean, you know, we had to.
They seem like teachers. I'm not a slight against teachers, John. You're a teacher.
No, I seem like a teacher. It's fine.
Right. I'm saying that it sounds like going on. They only toured during the summer because they were teachers for the rest of the year. That's who it sounds like you're on the road with at that point.
Yeah, no, you're right.
I can't imagine being like, well, I'm in a hard rock band. and I'm going to travel the country, and I'm not going to take advantage of any of the cool things that could come my way. I'm just going to record music, dude.
That's apparently what they did. So,
that sucks, man.
It's amazing that they did that too, and they still didn't release an album for 3 years after that. But yeah, it says in 2001, Limp Bizkit played 324 shows.
Right,
that's crazy.
Limp Bizkit did?
No, sorry, Linkin Park.
Linkin Park played 324 shows.
Yeah, in 2001.
These bands get up to some wild fucking tour dates, don't they?
That's wild, man. 324, dude.
I looked at a Sheer Mag shirt at a concert for a tour, and they were doing 5 in a row.
Like in one city or 5 days in a row?
Yeah, they were doing 5 in a row where they had to drive to the next one.
Oh, yuck.
And they did it 5 times. We just did 3 in a row, and that's brutal to do.
Yeah.
But they're on the road. These bands are going on the road. And I've heard this a lot about bands. Like a lot of the bands that got super big is like they can find themselves touring for 2.5 years sometimes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, totally.
It's just they keep tacking dates on. And I wonder what Linkin Park's thoughts were about that, because they do seem to like music, or they do seem to like making music, but it doesn't feel like you could ever be fulfilled if you're touring that much. Like I would be fucking miserable if I was on the road like that.
Oh yeah, me too. You got to be a certain type of person. Okay, let's move on to our review. And as everyone knows, our review system is that sorry,
John, I want to apologize to you for cutting you off there because it was rude.
It's okay.
You sent me another article.
Oh, you want to? Yeah, if you got some article stuff to add, go for it.
And there was some stuff in that's the stuff that made me kind of like him.
Okay,
as
sure.
a person,
yeah, let's get him back. Let's get him back, because we didn't like him with the studio bus. So bring him back, baby.
Well, he mentions in it.
Is this the one from Revolver?
Yes, it is.
It's the lost interview. So this was this interview was recorded in 2001 at Ozfest in Toronto, but it wasn't released until after Chester Bennington died. So this is from July 20th, 2018.
So this paragraph here, but though Bennington is clearly stoked about the band's increasing popularity, the attitude that he gives off is more excitable nerd than bratty up-and-coming rock star. He's smart, funny, open, goofily charming, and more than happy to talk Revolver's ear off about his life and career thus far. We end up talking and drinking in a lounge for hours. But there's a part in here where he says he loves to talk about how it happened. And I think I think that's a very positive thing when artists are willing to go on record or talk to people about how they got to where they are, because show business can be is a thing that's like generally just a dream that people have. It's like trying to get to the top of a mountain without any equipment, or trying to get to a destination without GPS or a roadmap. And I really appreciate the guy coming out and talking about like what it took for him to, what it took for them to get big. And a lot of what he said was like maintaining good relationships with people, which I mean, there's nothing more important than not being full of shit and maintaining good relationships with your peers in making even half of your money from doing some kind of thing like that. Like, it's just really good advice. And I like to read people who are willing to talk about coming up and don't just say like, that's all in the past. And he was able to talk a lot about his other band too, Gray Days. Or whatever that was. So
well, his story is crazy too. Like the story of how he came into Linkin Park. Like that he basically lived in Phoenix and all the other guys lived in LA. And when he was with Grey Days, there was some like entertainment lawyer who thought he was really good, like a really good singer, but didn't think Grey Days was like a particularly great project. And then he was like, I'll keep you in mind if like anything crosses my desk. And then Linkin Park, or I guess at the time they were called Zero, crossed his desk and he thought of Chester and he was like, hey, I got these demos from this band I think you'll like. Chester recorded lyrics to 5 of the demos in 30 hours, like in a day and a half, sent it back to Linkin Park or Zero at the time. And he was just like, yeah, I'm done. Like, you guys want me to FedEx these to you or what? And they're like, you're done already in 30 hours? He's like, yeah, I love the music. I'm good. He's like, I could FedEx these to you or I could fly them to you. That'd be way faster. And then we can like meet and audition or whatever. And so he flew from Phoenix to LA, quit his job. He was working as like a real estate assistant or something. He had 2 houses in Phoenix.
Right. He was doing really well.
Yeah. He said he was doing really well. He was only 21. He was already married. They had a kid on the way and he had 2 houses in Phoenix, and he gave it all up and moved to LA and joined Linkin Park, which I think is like a pretty crazy story that just like wouldn't happen anymore either, which is so interesting. You know, this like the idea that these like A&R men kind of like put these people together. They are from different parts of the country. They kind of make it happen. You know, it's such an interesting story.
Yeah. And so the other part I wanted to read about is because it's one of the most important. Ozfest was important to me. Okay, like I went to Ozfest 98 or 97, 98, 99, maybe jumped off around 2001 or something, but I like went to all of them. I made it a point to make it to Ozfest every year.
Sure. Yeah, I hear that. Warped Tour was like that for me.
Yeah, I kind of felt like that. Yeah, it is. It's like the more redneck Warped Tour is Ozfest. But I want to read like his answer to what are your impressions of Ozfest?
Oh yeah, this shit's wild.
I really like this answer. I think Ozfest is cool, but it's not quite like I expected. I expected Ozfest to be like the ultimate metal tour, which it is in essence, but because of all the legalities involved and the rules we all agreed to at the beginning of the tour, you can't go down in the crowd, slap hands with fans, whatever. You can't do any of that, which makes for a huge separation between the band and the crowd. I'll be at the edge of the stage and fans will be shouting, jump, jump, we want you out here. And it's like, I can't do it. It's not worth the $35,000. I'm going to get fired if I jump out there. And that to me, that sucks, you know?
For sure.
Like $35,000 is so much money, and it would be super nice. I don't know. Like, how do the contracts get written like that? It seems I would have not. This is the kind of thing that would be a make or break for me, you know?
Right.
It's like, I don't want to be on Ozfest if, you know, there's an invisible wall between me and the audience, you know?
Well, he also talked about how the second stage bands couldn't hang out with the main stage bands, like in the backstage area, which was super weird too. I don't know if you were just about to read that, but that was like, yeah. So go ahead, you can read it.
But there's a lot of restrictions between the 2 stages as well. There's a lot of bands on this tour that know each other and have all toured together. We've all become friends, but if you're on the second stage, you can't go hang out with your friends in the main stage area, and that kind of bugs me. I don't like to see my friends getting harassed because they want to go to the show they've been playing every day with their friends. I don't like seeing my buddies get treated like they're drunk, belligerent jerks trying to break in and meet the band. It's like, dude, this guy's a rock star too. A lot of these acts are selling more records than some of the bigger acts on the main stage, but they're not getting treated with any respect, and that bothers me. That was a shot at, Ozzy, right?
For sure. And Sharon.
Yeah, and he's not really selling. Like, Ozzy wasn't really selling music at the time, and he wasn't charting, you know? Osmosis didn't chart, I don't think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think Perry Mason was as popular of a song as Ozzy might have thought it was. And I hate the idea like this is the kind of thing I hate about old show business and the music business, and it was probably like this for comedy business too. The kind of separating, you know, oh, this Ozzy Osbourne, he's so big, he can't be hanging out with the guys from fucking Killswitch Engage or something like that. He doesn't want to accidentally run into American Head Charge backstage while he's getting his fucking whatever is on his rider that's something fucking crazy. Like, those fucking old classic rock guys suck so bad.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. I'm glad you read that part, because I did read that today and I thought it was pretty wild. And I think that's why probably this interview didn't get aired or like didn't get written about, you know, because he's saying all this stuff while he's on Ozfest, which is like crazy, you know.
But I feel like there was a story with Korn where they talked about how Jonathan Davis said something mean about Metallica. And Metallica just were like, fuck it. And they posted the article all over the locker room and all over the rooms that they would be in, like the green rooms and stuff like that. And everybody was like, oh, you know, it was a big, there was like no real conversation. It was just a joke. And they all just moved on, you know?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And they might have done that with Chester too. That's what I'm speculating is why this interview didn't come out until like 17 years after the fact.
No, I would hate it if I was doing something like I would be a lot more careful about how I talk to people, talk to the press too. But like, I like that he did it. I think that kind of shit's important. And I wish this would have come out because I think people would have looked at it. I think people would have looked at it a lot differently, and I'd have been interested in that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree. Okay, we'll move on to the review. And as you guys know, if you've been listening to the show, we review our albums by tweet defense. So this is if someone tweeted at you that the album was bad or that they wanted to have an argument with you. How many tweets would you go or devote in an argument over this album? Brian, what's your score?
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Because I'm not the kind of guy, I'm not an asshole, you know? Okay?
Yeah, I know.
And I'm not trying to make people mad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this kind of 2 scores here.
Okay.
Now, if I was a child who just got done like listening to like the Teletubbies or the Imagination Movers or something, and this played, I would defend this with 10 tweets.
Okay.
Now, as a 40-year-old and an adult, I have to give it a little lower. And I would say I would use 3 tweets to defend this.
Okay.
And with the caveat of saying, you know, it might be 3.5 tweets because there would be a tweet in there that would say it's not for me, which that equals a half tweet.
Right. And that is a lot of times an argument ender in some ways too, right? You know, you kind of, someone says like, oh, I can't believe you had this opinion. You go, well, whatever, it's not for me. Like there's not really much left to argue about at that point. You just go, well, it's not for me. That's my opinion. We're done here, you know? I would say I'll go... this one is tough for me because I do think I like Reanimation better than this album, and I also think I definitely like Meteora better than this one.
I'm going to let you use Reanimation in your tweet because I think that's fair.
Okay.
It's the same songs.
Yes, true. Okay, then I'm going to say we'll go lucky number 7. I'd go 7. And a lot of that would be sharing songs from Reanimation, I think, because a lot of people don't know it exists. So I would be like, no, Reanimation's dope. And people would be like, what? A remix album is good. And I'd be like, yeah. And then I'd share some tracks and I'd get them on side by the end. So I'll say 7. I don't even know what I've said for the other records. So I don't know. I know. I never remember. So I don't know if that's like comparatively where that sits, but this album was huge for me. I loved it. And obviously I loved Reanimation too. So.
I mean, it's kind of like a scale of 1 to 10 kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I see it as, and it's a 3.5 for a 40-year-old man, but it is a 9.5 for an 11-year-old boy,
which you can respect that for sure.